Okay, let's do this. Hello, hello. This will be the stream for today. I'm ready to go. No topic, just straight open panel. I'm gonna look at the news. Last time I checked, it was just last minute election stuff. Oh, they ruled that Elon Musk's $1 million giveaway did not violate election rules. We'll see if it helps. Trump and Harris are doing last minute campaigning. Israel and Iran are fighting. Ooh, a volcano in Indonesia. Wow. It burned homes and killed at least 10 people. Okay, so that's that. And let's look at tweets. Oh yeah, I like this tweet from Russell, the rambling fool. It must be terrible for society when its men and women grow to see each other as obstacles to the society they want. Yeah, I think that's where we're at now. I think women want different things than men want. And we're no longer complementary, working in harmony. We are at odds. And I think a lot of things women want relate to how men are. They want men to be something that they're not. And I don't think it's women's place to decide what men are. They need to worry about what women are. It says these sources of civilizational entropy are no doubt what the Tower of Babel story was warning us about. Oh, here's an interesting tweet. Sam gloves. I don't have any. I have some winter gloves. That's about it. That I wear when it's cold. Just some generic wool, I guess, gloves. There might be some rubber gloves in the kitchen, but I doubt it. All right, look at this. I found this interesting. Here, let's get open. Americans, okay, this is the source of news for percent of Americans. Fox News at 13% in both 2021 and 2024. This is where most Americans get their news. That surprises me because Fox News was like the fringe alternative facts station when I was growing up. It had its own little information bubble and media ecosystem around it with completely different narratives. Or they take the same facts, or they'd select like a different selection of facts. I mean, the same events, they'd pull out a certain selection of facts and weave it into different narratives than the other stations were doing. CNN has dropped to 10%. It was relied on even more than Fox in 2021, and it dropped to 10%. And then look at all these other sources. ABC News is slightly more trusted, but all the other ones seem to have dropped or stayed the same. Look how low. 3% of Americans use the New York Times as their main source of news. That seems very tiny. Twitter, 2%. What is this other? This is what I'd be interested in, what the other is. 17% don't even have a main source. So people it looks like from 2021, they're gravitating to other sources, or don't have a main source. Look how low Twitter was in 2021. That's when I was on it. Because people would talk about the Twitter bubble. Like Twitter is not real life. It's its own little bubble, but it seems real like when you're in it. It seems like that's what's happening in the world. Less than 1% of reality was in that. Less than 1% of people were in that reality with you. And now it's up to 2. Anyway, I just think that's interesting. All right, let's see what else I got. Oh, here's another interesting chart. Oh, you go into a watch party, an election watch party? We're doing one here. Oh, well, this is not an OnlyFans channel, Sam, and I don't think they'd make good streaming gloves. Plus, I'd have a hard time typing and working my mouse with them. Because we're doing or I am. I'm gonna be here watching the election results tomorrow. Because there's no way I'm trying to sit and do that by myself. So we're having election night peer support tomorrow, and today is the pre-election. Y'all can come up and talk politics or whatever. Um, well, there might be another live stream out there with. Did you search for streams that revolve around gloves? There might be a better panel than this one that has more gloves on it. This channel doesn't have a lot of gloves, I'm sorry to say. Or I haven't seen any. Okay, this chart. Watch this. And this is from the US Census Bureau. Hang on, let me. So 1960 is this end of the chart, and 2023 is this end of the chart. So that's what, 63 years? Um, this almost doubled. This is the bracket I'm in. Roommates, living with family, people that are living together but unmarried, etc. Look at the single parents. These are because in Gen X, even in our generation, looks like it was on the decline. It seemed like Gen X was the single parent generation, but I guess it really wasn't. And that looks like it's increased. Oh, so it doesn't go by the. Why did they do it this way? Oh, because these crowd out. I see. It goes by the height of the distance. See how this is bigger than this? So more single parents, more people living in non-traditional households, I guess. Look at the married parents. Look what it dropped to. This was the nuclear family back in my day. It was a mom and dad, or even two moms, two dads, and kids. You could even call this the Brady Bunch family, even though they were a step family. Um, Look at how much this has dropped. I wish they would put the other years here so I could see where my generation was. But back in 1960, the nuclear family, 44, almost half of Americans. And now it's less than 20%. Look at what has increased. Almost a third is single with no kids. These are people not getting married and not having kids. A record. And if you take these two brackets together, this is the no kid bracket. 58.4% have no kids. And what was it in 1960? 43%. So it was still not quite half, and now it's over half. People getting married and not having kids, 29%. Single people with no kids. If I lived by myself, I would be in this category. But because I live with a roommate, it puts me up here. So just ponder on that, I guess. And I guess that's it. That's all the tweets I have. Okay, well, that's it. I mean, I can do a topic if you want, but I wanted to leave it open for more chat and discussions like we had last night. Oh, also, I'm starting this goal thing. This is one of my issues, and I really have to get a handle on it. I'd make a great communist because I tend to give away my time and my work and my effort for free. It doesn't cost me anything to do it. I can do 9, 10 hour streams all day long. But part of the reason I'm doing this is I'm doing two things. I'm trying to grow my practice. In fact, I will drop the link. Sadersgrove.com. I have a coaching practice. I'm a peer counselor, so I can work individually, one-on-one with neurodivergent men, or just men's mental health in general. So if you need extra individualized one-on-one support for anything that you want to work on with yourself or life goals or anything like that, there's my website. I'm I'm trying to get more clients for that, and this is supplementing that. So this channel is intended to kind of feed over into the practice, and what I do in the practice is kind of where the topics for this channel come from, etc. Um, but outside of that, if I'm not going to see clients all day and I'm going to do this instead, I'm going to have to find a way to get compensated for it somehow. I'm just going to have to force myself to stop giving it away for free. And that's going to be very hard for me to do. But I think it's the self-discipline that I need to work on to make this whole project, the community, the channel, the business, everything, work for me long term. And so I'm experimenting with some chat goals. I'll keep the stream going as long as there's lively conversation, etc. But at some point, if it's going to go like 9 or 10 hours, what I did was I set up a goal over the next hour. If I get 10 super chats, $2 or more, so that's not very much. It's the minimum amount. If I get 10 of those over the next hour, then I'll keep the stream going a few more hours. But if I don't, I'm going to end it at some point, even though I would like to keep it going. This is just me practicing with this system and trying to find a way for me to bring some discipline to how I stream and find a way to start getting a little bit of income from this. So that's what that's about. Tomorrow I will do the election watch party, no matter what. There's going to be, I don't know what time I'll start it. I may do a stream in the morning and then come back in the afternoon, because I think the first results are coming in. Georgia maybe is coming in at 7 p.m. Eastern, which would be 4 p.m. my time. So if I start a stream an hour or so before then, we can spend the rest of the night watching the results come in. Let me check the times. All right, when will we know who won? Yes, Georgia is, they give military time. GMT. Can we get an American site? Thank you. No. I don't need every state. I need which swing states to look at first, and I believe it's Georgia. Why I find like information is getting harder and harder to find these days. I have to dig and like really obvious information. I have to dig for it now. It doesn't just pull it up in the first few search results. Why don't I ask ChatGPT? Maybe it can tell me. Or Gemini. Which swing states results are coming in first for the U.S. 2024 election? I can't help with that right now. Oh my God. USA Today. See if that one works. No. '24 general election poll closing times. but it gives me all the states. I just need the swing states. Politico, do you have anything to help? No. Ah! And the New York Times and the Washington Post have results, but they're behind paywalls. Tracking the swing states. I'm determined to find this. When do the election results come in for each swing state? Forbes, can you help me out? Well, Forbes comes close. They don't put them in order, but at least they give me just the swing states with the poll closing times. North Carolina will be 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Georgia is 7 p.m. Eastern. And I just saw something where one of the courts ruled that Georgia doesn't have to accept ballots after Election Day. There was a case making its way through on that. So I guess all the ballots that day get counted and nothing after that. Wisconsin closes at 9 p.m. Eastern. Michigan, 8 p.m. Eastern. Pennsylvania, 8. Nevada closes at 10 p.m. Eastern. But I'm thinking in Arizona, Nevada, we might know or have a pretty good idea when the eastern swing states come in. I think we're going to know by Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. We're going to pretty much have an idea. Yeah, North Carolina and Georgia are expected to be the first to release the results, which could indicate which candidate is likely to win. All right, so that's that. That'll be tomorrow. Joe, where's your watch party? Is it like a in person? I would talk to ChatGPT about the election, but I don't think it uses current information. I don't have the paid version. Are you are you sure though? They I feel like it's gonna it's I read an article today. I don't go by a lot of the social media noise, but it was somebody that was they went to the Trump rally and the Harris rally in North Carolina. They were like following the different going from rally to rally, and their impression was that the Kamala rally had the more momentum. Why don't you just come here? Come watch it here with us. Soon, not loss. Very soon. Maybe. You're either gonna be insufferable over the next 4 years, or we get to ha 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 in your face for the next 4 years. Actually, I've been thinking about this, and I'm gonna make a commitment that I hope I can keep. That oh, okay. Um we could stream Discord to here too. That if Trump wins, I'm not going to be obnoxious to the Harris voters and the left. I know what it's like to be on the losing end. I'm going to try to. I mean, they're still part of America, so I want to treat them as I treat all Americans. So I myself am not going to indulge in a lot of victory. Uh, I don't know what do you call it when your team wins and you get real obnoxious. Because, and I've said over and over, there are legitimate reasons to vote for Harris, depending on your values, and everyone we can have different values. That's okay. If abortion's more important or January 6th really bothered you more than it bothered me, those I'm not going to hold that against anybody. For me, it's yeah, sore winner. I'm hesitating to promise and commit just in case I fall short, but I do want to promise and commit not to be a sore winner. I'm sure people are going to find a way to make me into one anyway, but I'm going to go out of my way to try to not be. I wasn't when Biden won. I voted for Biden in 2020, and I wasn't um, even after January 6th. I wasn't all down on the Trump supporters just because Biden won. I'm probably going to be more glad that my guy won than that their guy lost. Well, we'll see. I'm with you. I am preparing for a Kamala win. I am. It's so close. Partly, part of it is, and this could be skewed by just hanging out in this part of YouTube, but there's so many men that are not voting. It surprises me the amount. Like this is a chance for men to man. One reason I think wokeness advanced as far as it did is for men not standing up and setting boundaries on it. Professors in the academies, CEOs, people in government, people in healthcare, wherever it's encroaching, they succumb to this weaponized empathy or this vibe epistemology instead of standing by clear values, obvious values and principles in reality. And like they have this passivity toward the system and vote. Like men are not willing to step up and own their role in the system and take part in the society that they're a part of. And that's just a trend in general I see with men. And I think that could be a vulnerability for us. If men are that dispirited and demoralized when we need them the most and they're not going to show up, I think that could tip it to Kamala. And I blame men for wokeness, and I'm going to blame men for a Kamala win. And there's something, I mean, I work in men's mental health, and there's something going on with men right now where they are either giving away their power or not fully owning their power and stepping into it. I don't know why that is. But men are just have been disempowering themselves for a while in the face of feminism and women. You know what? I'm willing to bet I'm going to be less of a sore winner than a lot of people in this panelverse. Put it that way. So, and if Trump happens to win and you're a Kamala supporter and you need like a refuge and a place to come and salve your wounds or whatever, I will try to be that place. I can't speak for the other guest on the panel. No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to rub noses. I haven't so far because I recognize I was not committed. Like probably about 6 months ago when the campaigning election started, I was not on one side or the other. I was very open to both sides. The more I saw of Kamala, the free speech rhetoric coming from Clinton and Walz and Kamala, Obama, Michelle Obama, those congressional representatives we looked at, that pushed me further and further and further away very quickly. Kamala's personality, her insecurity, her nerve. She's not someone that I could follow as a leader. Not that we elect leaders here. She doesn't represent me. She doesn't stand for the things that are important to me. And then Trump with the fight fight, the McDonald's fries, all his trolling, um, the Joe Rogan interview, that actually swung me more towards. I was not a Trump fan at all. I was hoping they would run someone else. I was surprised when they tried to run a felon and a potential convict. Like he could go to jail. He was a very risky candidate to run. But Trump won me more over to his side. I feel more affinity to Trump and his values than I do to Kamala and the values on the left. And that all happened within the last 6 months or so. So before that, there were clear reasons like to swing to either side, depending on the success of their campaign, like how much they could persuade and win me over. Can you do a Peterson voice? I know I can't. I woke up in the mountains one morning and saw the sunrise, and the experience was so invigorating. But then thought of poor young men and started to cry. Yeah, well, someone needs to. Nobody else is. And I don't know why. I don't know where this contempt or disgust for traditional masculinity came from. It seemed like women used to have a respect for the positives of masculinity and the strength that it could be. Well, come up and do one, Joe. Something changed. I don't know if like women themselves didn't change. Biologically, women still have the same nervous system, endocrine system, brain they've always had. Something socially or culturally changed, or women were masking this whole time and they're letting their real mask off. And this is the women we're seeing now is what women have always been. Or something changed in them. Oh, okay. Well, come up and do it when you're. You know what? Why don't you do it to strangers that you meet on the walk when you greet them? Do it in a Jordan Peterson voice. Try to strike up some conversation. I don't even watch him. I tried to watch him a few times. The only thing I could really sit through was that Camille Paglia interview because she was even more spastic than he is. Um, he was like the calm, grounding voice in that conversation. I tried to watch his lectures, his map of meaning lectures, and oh my God, you want to talk about a Spurg rabbit hole? He just he's not concise. He needs editing. He gives you every single detail. I don't need 1,000 details for you to walk me from this point of the story to this point of the story. It's condescending, it's insulting. I can't stick with your story. I'm pretty sharp. I can pick up points pretty quickly. You don't have to handhold me all over the world just to get to a point. And that's what I feel like he does. But he's not as bad as Sam Harris. I feel like I'm being lectured to by a kindergarten teacher with Sam Harris. I can't. I get it. Jordan is just annoying. I'm like, oh my God, get to the point already. Sam Harris, he actually makes my skin and my nervous system have a reaction when he's talking to me, where I just turn the YouTube off. I can't stand to be talked. I don't like when people teach down to me. Communicate right here on the same level that I'm on with you. I'm not, not lies. What am I gonna find if I Google that? And hey, not lies. I'll make a deal with you. If I don't get a panel in an hour, and I don't get any super chats, I'm willing to wrap it up and go play the submarine game. Grandma Dream. Okay. I wonder if it's something we can watch on video. Oh my God, they did an AI version of it. You think it's copyrighted? Oh no, no, no. Sorry. Oh God. Okay, I'm not gonna play it, but here's the video if you want to suffer through what I'm suffering through right now. Plus, it has copyright music on it. They're playing Wham's "Careless Whisper" for some reason. I can give you the summary. He dreamed his grandma was stroking her pubic hair, and she took a clump of it and put it on his face and said, "Oh, isn't it so soft?" Hey, Northern Storm. My day was going great until Not Laws forced me to watch this Jordan Peterson video about his grandma and her pubic hair. And now I'm traumatized for the rest of the day. Oh, cool, Tommy. That'll be cool. Like I said, this space is for you. There's 100 other things I could be doing right now. Uh, I do this for this is my contribution to community building. And so if it's not needed at this time, I'm perfectly fine with trying again later. I don't have to have a panel every day. But I just want to make sure that I'm doing my part to offer one if other people need it. I'm so self-sacrificing. All right, let's see what else we got going. Well, I mean, it is a dream. Like none of us are responsible. I don't even know want to know what dreams you've had in your life. I'm not a dream person. I don't pay attention to my dreams. I don't think they mean anything. It's just random brain noise, like sorting itself out. But some dreams are very vivid and realistic. Like they involve real people that I know. The relationships in those dreams are very much like the relationships I have with those people in real life. The people themselves are like the people in real life. And so it's like my brain is playing out a scenario that could easily happen in real life. And I don't think they mean anything, but those dreams are the most interesting to me. Not so much the crazy, like random AI type of dreams, but the dreams where my brain actually creates an experience drawing on people I actually know to create a very, and sometimes they're intent, like it's more intense. The conversations and whatever's happening in the dream is like even more intense than what would happen in real life. It's like a peak experience with that person, except it only happened in a dream. But it's one of the highlights of our relationship. And then also sometimes Mike will show up in a dream, and those are always comforting. Like I still have, at least still have dreams. He's not gone 100% completely. In a dream, I can get a little experience of him here and there, and it's pretty realistic. My brain is really good at recreating the actual experience of Mike. And so when I wake up from those, I'm always, I don't know, grateful, comforted. I like them. Those are my favorite dreams. I had one weird dream a few years ago where I had this my theater teacher. I've talked about her before. She became my adopted mother, basically, informally. I lived with her part of the last year of high school to finish out high school because the therapist and everybody said that I shouldn't be living with my mom. Like we should not live together. And so she took me in to finish out the school year before I went off to college. And we're very close. She was like a surrogate mother figure for me. And that was one where a teacher stepped into the parent role, but it was consensual, and my mom herself was in on it. We all thought it was a good idea. My mom, I lived with her. My mom gave her money and support and everything while I lived there. So my mom had a role in continuing to care for me, but just at this teacher's house instead of our own house. So that's a situation where somebody did because my mom was not functioning in the parent role like I needed her to be. Um, and this teacher was able. It was a teacher from the gifted school, so she was able. She knew how to not so much parent me, but she knew how to be the adult figure for somebody like me. It's not my mom's fault. My mom was just over. I was way out of my mom's league. She was not prepared for a child like me. She did fine with my siblings, but somebody like me was just beyond her ability. And so this teacher had the skills that it took to kind of mentor and help raise somebody like me. And so she didn't so much insert herself as it was an obvious natural fit for everybody involved. It wasn't an encroachment into my mom's rights. It was my mom recognizing her shortcomings and where somebody could come in and fill in around those shortcomings. So I had a dream a few years ago that I killed her. I shot her. We were on a beach or something camping, and she was at some other campsite, and I went to talk to her. I was so excited to see her. I'm always excited. She's passed away in real life since. Um, Not by me. But and for some, I remember taking a gun out and shooting her, and then going back to the campsite, and I was horrified. It was one of those dreams when you realize you've done something horrible, and you don't know it's a dream, and I was freaking out. That I just killed my teacher and my adopted mother. I'm this is terribly, terribly wrong. And then somehow in the dream she ended up still being alive. Like she came back to the campsite alive, and I was so relieved. Like, "Oh, I thought I killed you. I'm so glad that you're alive. I didn't kill you after all." But it was a weird dream. Vote early, vote often, vote one time. One person, one vote. Chuck, hey, by the way, did you vote already, or are you voting tomorrow? We're having a watch party here tomorrow afternoon. We'll be here all night watching the results come in. Let's check in with Mr. Ratblood.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Um, I have come to examine your resolve on such commitment as being a
You know
Satan.
your mic's a little low today. It, it's
Can you
doing that
turn me
thing.
up at all?
Let's check. Have you? Oh wait, yeah, you got turned down somehow. Okay, try that.
Oh, nobody wants to fucking hear me, man, so I don't blame you. Turn me the fuck off. It's probably
Nah,
the safest thing you could do.
you're good now. Okay, I heard test my resolve.
I'm going to test your resolve as a Satanist.
Okay.
Now, today was the first day of my son's trial. They did everything in the world that they could to railroad him, and even admitted or administrated into court record perjury. Um, and my mom, being the devout, loving Christian she is, and Jesus will save us, and oh, we're all going to heaven to serve on the streets of gold and jeweled houses and pearly gates. Well, let me tell you something about the world I come from as a Satanist. Yeah? I hold no stigmata to such insolent beliefs as a heaven that finds itself with precious stones and jewels that I have no use for. And if it was a true God, they would be able to create multitudes and planets of precious stones, gems, and other types of valuable minerals. But tonight I come to you, Jeff, because they did not allow my son to have, and especially his lawyer, a fair shake at being able to present at hand evidence, which I have here in my possession, that was entered into court as perjury. So I understand that at this point I'm going to have to deliver myself, mind, soul, and body over to the adversary, to the darkest of dark, to the deepest depth of adversarial interaction, and to the blackest of hates and the dust of hell. Are you with me?
I'm with you conceptually. I mean,
Oh, come on.
I understand the temptation, maybe even the need for that.
What do
Were you
you,
at the trial? Did you go?
um, no, I got to zoom it. So here's the interesting part, Jeff. Have you ever heard of a demon named Pazuzu?
Of who?
Pazuzu.
What? I yeah, I know it from The Exorcist.
Okay, well then you understand that the exorcist completely misfabricated that demon because the ancient Sumerian use and Hebrew use of that demon was set in a door or a windowsill, and it was evil against evil. So it was evil keeping evil from entering your home. You can look it up, you can research it. That is exactly what it was used for. And as far as the exorcists go, they should have used Asmodeus, especially when she's jamming a cross in her cunt, saying, F me, Jesus, F me, Jesus.
Oh, his rival is a demoness named Lamashtu. He like defends
Yeah,
against the female demon. This has archetypal implications even for today.
yeah. I told you I was a Satanist. I wasn't joking. Astaroth.
What does your son have a good lawyer?
No. He showed today that he was an incompetent twit that doesn't deserve the mantle of his bar.
Was it a public defender?
No. $70,000 fucking lawyer.
Damn, I would. Well,
So now I have to spend the evening with ritualistic incantation to deliver myself, soul for my son, to the adversary because of the incompetence of these Masonic, Rosicrucian, small town backwoods, anal sodomites.
hey, there's nothing wrong with anal sodomites. Um,
Hey man, I get off on it sometimes. Don't knock it, man. But whenever they do it their way, it's a little bit different than just a sexual experience. It's a ritual.
what is this the only day, or is there going to be more testimony and everything?
Mm, 3 days. And the
3 days.
judge threw out any other uh, witness witness testimony once they got past the uh, person that was most implicated in the murders.
So, did your son actually, is he being accused of doing it, or was he just like an accomplice, or?
No, he's being accused of execution, 7 rounds to the back of someone's head, sitting in the recliner, murder 1. In a very small town that is Masonically oriented and a courtroom that is filled with not only the influence of the Masonic order, which I have, and I'm in good standing, but I just don't have enough leverage to pull this off. So I'm going to have to resort to my father, Satan, because where I'm concerned, I am the bastard son of God. He claims me not, nor could he, for without a wife, he is a negligent and an omniparent and in a indirect way. He's not my mother and my father, nor has he ever been able to present himself that way. But Satan, well, that's a whole new realm now, isn't it?
Oh,
And I enjoy.
Do you think Satan
I'm
will
sorry?
help? Do you think Satan will help?
Many times. Many, many times. What do you think? I'm a Satanist for the fucking title of saying, hey, I wear 666. I got upside down pentagrams. I spent the last 35 years into esoterics. And I just want the badge and the pen to say, I'm woke, I'm Satanist. No.
You doing that tonight?
Yes. I just wanted some reinforcement as far as intent goes. And it will be blood over intent. It will be ceremonial sacrifice. And it will be shed on the altar.
You doing all that at your house?
Yeah. In my...
Not the rat, hopefully.
No.
Okay.
Chicken?
No. Rat's my friend. What do you want? Are you taking notes? You want to be a Satanist?
Maybe.
He may already be.
Okay.
I've
Yeah, I mean,
I've
I
called
might-
him a
Cool.
crypto Satanist before.
Well, let's endeavor into your depths of Satanism. Do you realize that Satan is the ultimate in rebellion in the system that God has applied so many rules and indoctrination to that not one human can live up to that standard? And if you pray to him, it's like flipping a coin, 50-50. But with Satan, soul for soul, blood for blood, and it happens.
It's more reliable.
He don't play games, nor do I. Sorry, Jeff, I just, this is really, soul for soul is something serious, especially what I'm about to embark on. And I didn't want to do it with pure aggression, hatred, and contempt within me. It's easy for me to lose my way and path upon such a journey with those type of emotions and feelings.
Or are you confident you're gonna pull it off?
Yes,
Okay.
as I have before. But as with all good things in a parish within a church for a false god, it helps to have a little influence behind my intent, especially when shedding blood. The more the merrier.
So is
Well,
it an animal or is it going to be
Well,
your blood?
don't get too graphic because I want to keep my channel. But
Right. No, it's my phallic. I'm going to cut my phallic off, and I'm going to drip it, and then I'm going to throw it into the bond so that it can burn and show me the future of my son's inevitable future. I ain't telling you shit,
He's
man.
probably going to get
Sorry.
convicted and go to jail. You could probably save your body part if that's all you're
It
doing
was
this for.
it, it was a little mirrored, Jeff. You know that. I'm not going to cut my cock off for anybody. I still like it.
Why did
Sure.
he? Why did he go after the other guy? What was there? Like a fight or something? Or
It.
No, it
I,
was a co-conspiracy situation that came out in trial today. My son was staying with a couple people who claimed to be of high level metaphysical, witch, whatever.
so it was
He
like
bought
occult related
into it.
for
Yeah,
occult reasons.
yes. And anyhow, whenever the cult leader decided that he didn't want his girlfriend fucking the downstairs neighbor anymore, he gave her an ultimatum, which fell over onto my son, which my son decided to take some type of particular part in, and there was a complete massacristic execution that took place. I mean, fuck, 7 rounds to the back of the head, and the guy still sitting comfortably with his remote control in his hand and his phone in the other. Wow. And when they brought her up on stand, they passively examined her and then claimed that she couldn't be brought back up as a witness. But she was there. My son climbed in the car with her, and she was a part of the co-conspiracy on the occultism and the adult. Well, I wouldn't even call it adultery. It's just violation of a relationship commitment, and that all come out today.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about the trial details itself because I don't want to like bias it or prejudice or anything. But it sounds like that like your son did whatever it is he's accused of doing. Like it's not in question that he didn't do it. It's just if he's gonna be convicted for it.
Yeah. Well, I just didn't. I didn't come here for answers one way or another. I just come here to receive intent towards my endeavor. And if it's not here, I understand, Jeff,
Well,
completely.
I don't have an intent either way. This is kind of your road to walk, and I defer to you.
Gotcha. Gotcha. The isolated, um, hermetic Satanist. Cool.
It,
I
it's
can do
do
it.
whatever
you?
you need to do for
Thank you,
yourself. I
and
mean, don't do anything extreme or illegal that's going to damage your own life in the process. But it's whatever you need to do to get through this.
Do you think of your son differently now?
no, I love my son as a father. And if he did do it, then shame on him. I can't condone it. But it doesn't change the fact that I love him as a dad.
That's got to be hard.
And I will swap soul for soul.
Well, I hope it turns out as good as it possibly can.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. And thank you
Yeah. Good
anonymous
luck.
panelists that I haven't met, but that's the first day of trial. Who knows? Tomorrow I may come back with a survivors list to my mortuarium.
Well, I know this is hard. What's up with you, Zach?
Oh, I'm just contemplating cutting my cock off in a magic
I
ritual.
thought you were like gonna talk about chicken fried steak or something. How did that turn out, by the way? Different kind
Yeah,
of cock.
it was all right, but it was a little salty because
Oh,
the recipe I used it had a lot of like spices in it, and it came out salty.
What's the
But
secret, like getting the batter right?
yeah, yeah, like the batter is the key to everything. If you put too many spices in, it's gonna end up too rich, you know.
Did you make the gravy too?
Yeah, yeah, that was good. So what's up with you, man?
Oh, just hanging out on the. I didn't do a stream earlier, so I'm here for the night. Get really just gearing up. Tomorrow's the big day.
Yeah,
That's
I
when.
know, man.
Oh god, peak.
Wh-
That's when all the crazy's gonna kick off.
When's the best time to go to the polls? Like when no one will be there. Like, is it? It's
That
not
I don't know.
early in
You
the
go in.
morning.
You go in person. Are you voting? You're actually gonna vote. You're one of the men that are voting.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Okay, good. Um,
I'm voting for the Donald.
I'm not sure. Maybe do you vote at schools or what's your polling station like?
Yeah, there's like a kids' school around the corner from me, and we go down there and vote. But I don't want to go in when there's a lot of people. You know, I hate crowds. So
Maybe the earlier the better. I don't know. There'll
I don't
probably be like
know.
a morning rush on the way to work.
Yeah,
Then
like
mid morning
7 o'clock.
when everyone's at work might be a good time, like maybe 9 or 10.
I was thinking like 10:30, 11, something like that. Maybe. So
Are you in a swing state?
oh, I don't know.
Because
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
uh, they say it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. But by the time it gets to Arizona and Nevada, I think we're going to have a pretty good idea, even from Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm prepared for the worst. Yeah, well, T-ball in the U.S. traditionally about a third of the population votes, and the last election or so, it's up to about 2/3. So way more people have been voting lately than they historically do. I just wish more Trump supporters, but more men would get out and vote because the issues that concern me most are issues that have the potential to affect men. So I just associate the male vote with the Trump vote. And I think people are doing the same with the Kamala. I think they're trying to win the female vote over the Kamala side using female issues and values.
Some of it's working for her.
Yeah. And they're trying to pull in the men, too, that support the women.
Yeah, like that stupid commercial. Oh, I'm a man and I can work circles around a radiator or whatever the hell the guy says. You see
I
that?
think there probably will be some challenges and some recount. Florida doesn't look like it's in play this year, so I don't. We at least won't have the Florida situation to worry about. But North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, those are the probably the big three that they're gonna challenge, and then maybe like Wisconsin, Michigan, maybe Arizona. Nevada's always been. I lived in Nevada for a while. It's always a purple state. You never know. Each election, you never know because it's always like about 50-50. You just have to wait for the election, and it flip flops every election, both locally, state, and federal level. And sometimes like Republicans will win some races, Democrats will win other races. It's very hard to predict Nevada.
Hmm.
Arizona used to be more reliably red, and it only recently flipped, and I think Georgia too. So it's if they stay, whatever flipped them to Biden is if they stay with that flip or if they revert back to their traditional patterns. Like if they gave Biden a chance and said no, we're going back to our old way, or if they say, oh yeah, this is the new direction, we switch for a reason, and I think that's what this election's going to tell.
What's the blue state? Is that Democrat?
Yeah.
I haven't seen any maps lately, so I don't
Yeah, I've
remember.
been avoiding them too. Joe did his map um, the other day. He has it going for Trump. Yeah, Nevada did go for Biden in 2020. So did Arizona. They both went
I
for Biden
remember.
and Georgia. That's what happened. Is um, hang on, let me look at the one before that.
I
Those
remember being a little
states,
kid and watching
they
the
all
guy.
went for Trump. Well, Nevada, I don't know why Nevada's in play because it went for Trump. Then it flipped to Biden. But all the other six swing states were the ones that voted for Trump in 2016, and then they had a change of heart in 2020 and flipped back to Biden. Except for Arizona, they didn't vote for Trump, or Georgia. So some of them are states that flipped for Trump in 2016 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. And so now it's, did they have a change of heart about Biden? Are they going back to Trump, or are they sticking with the blue team? That's what we're waiting to find out.
Uh,
Is the states that went, they broke Trump, had a change of heart, broke Biden, and now they could go either way.
I don't know. Kamala's just so incompetent. I don't understand what anyone sees in her, but
81%. Wait, so y'all have early voting in Georgia? So 81%. You're talking about just that precinct? 81% of that precinct had already voted by Friday. Wow. Well,
it's pretty.
at least people are coming out to vote. That's what it's going to take. I've seen different sites. There's that Kashi site. What's that other betting site? And they keep flip flopping around themselves. Let me see if I can pull some up. Well, I guess it depends on which betting site you look at. I wonder if there's a site that aggregates them. This one is from overseas. I'll try to find something, Philip. Best U.S. betting sites, election odds. It's so frustrating looking for information these days.
Uh,
Hey, Busker.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How are you? Did you vote? Are you voting?
I haven't voted. Like I said, I haven't voted since after 9/11. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, I've been disillusioned by it since after the first time I voted. Not for any personal reason, really, except that I knew that we were all getting killed over in Iraq. I'm not a military person, so but still, it still kind of pissed me off.
There's a lot of people checking out of the system.
Yeah,
Nobody likes anything anymore.
I've been black pilled for a long time, as they call it, black pilled.
Yeah. I'm trying not to be. I'm not a naturally. I don't have a natural black pill temperament, but there are little moments now and then where I've started to get very black pilled. This election, I'm preparing for the worst. So maybe by the next 4 years, I'll be fully black pilled.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is time, like just 4 years after 4 years after 4 years of whatever the hell it is. Enough of that can turn a soul black.
I think that's the theme tonight. Black souls, dark souls. I guess I should say black
Dark,
souls.
yeah, whatever. I have a black soul in a certain way. I like to play
Me
Creole
too. I
music.
got a black soul.
Speaking of Black Souls, was that dude talking about how his son was involved in the occult, and that's what the whole thing was about?
Yeah, that's what I got out of it.
Jesus Christ. Talk about taking something serious.
It kind of like it reminds me of the stories in, well, maybe if Dolbez is out there, Norway and Scandinavia. They have like, what was that metal band that did all those murders? He was part of a metal band.
Death, I think, was the name of the band. Ironically enough,
What's it called?
wasn't the band called Death?
Oh,
The lead singer was a crazy bastard, and and the bass player killed him or something.
yeah, something like that. And they have like this occult black metal scene, and they were burning churches. So
Man,
I guess the occult extremism, like violent occultists, I guess that's a thing. They have their
yeah,
extremists just like any other group.
of course.
Well, see how
But
that works out.
it's not nearly as bad as the left makes it out to be. It's so stupid. I mean, like, all right, so there's Nazis storming around all these like rural country area. Like, I had a friend telling me, "Oh yeah, there's Nazis everywhere. There's KKK in my area." I'm like, "Well, where are you seeing these guys, lefty, old friend?" I mean,
Well,
like,
Uncle Fatty talks about the Nazis up in northern Idaho where he is, and he said there were 30 of them or 60 of them that came out to a protest and they had a banner and they hung it over a bridge. And I'm like, that 60 Nazis, that doesn't seem that, if that's all you have and all they're doing is hanging a banner,
yeah,
When
dude,
that
you
that,
see
doesn't seem like a
6,000
national crisis.
no, it's
when you
not.
see 6,000, then it's time to panic.
Well, BLM, that whole 2021 thing all across the country, that was reason to panic right there.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of, yes, I saw it live.
It was,
It went on for, it seems like months. It was probably weeks and weeks and weeks at least.
and all the footage was all white people involved with all this shit. So it wasn't like black people really were out there in mass, and not that I saw on TV. I mean, they meant to show all the white people, maybe. I don't know.
All right, we got somebody in the back. Yeah, and in Seattle, it turns out like most of the people that did the damage were like the rich white kids from the suburbs
Yeah.
that would come in to participate in the unrest and act out.
Well, you got
There's somebody in the back called The Matrix is Real. I'm gonna bring on. I don't know who this is. Let me get my overlay.
like all across the country, man. Like all the lib states. I mean, whatever.
Hello there.
Hey, Gen X, I don't know if you remember me, but I met you on the Flat Earth Dave guy's show. You know, the guy that would say the earth is flat. And I subscribed to you ever since I've been listening to you. I just want to say, man, you talk the realness, bro. I think you're a very authentic dude, and that is rare to find on YouTube these days. So even though your opinions, your opinions may seem to some people like they're radical, I actually think you have more common sense than most people these days, Gen X. And I just wanted to say that, man. Thank you for letting me on to say that. God bless you, bud.
Oh,
Amen.
well, thank you. That
No,
I'm trying to be authentic. I think my positions are pretty traditional Gen X positions for that people in my generation had. If they're weird or out there, I think it's just an index of how much the new generations have changed. Because I don't think like a lot of free speech, personal agency,
yeah.
autonomy. I don't think those are bizarre opinions.
Yep.
Parental rights.
DEI is a bizarre opinion.
So thank you. I do appreciate that.
And thank God, I'm glad you talk out against that, like, because nobody does.
That's part of how it got. I went to a traditional university. I know the professors. I know how they work. They didn't have this DEI bureaucracy, and it came in because the professors and the department heads let it in. They
Yep.
could have said, no, we're teaching Shakespeare, we're teaching math, we're teaching, get all that shit out of here. It doesn't, but they didn't do that. They got pressured. I watched it in a way happen with the program I was involved in. There was this feminist psychologist that they brought on staff, and gradually her ideas started getting more and more implemented in the program. So it's things like that. They don't set a boundary to the principles that the traditional system of education was based on. They let these people come in and convince them that this is a better way to do it, and they open the door for it.
Well, it's widespread, which in by definition, since it's so widespread everywhere, that's a conspiracy. Since it's so widespread,
It's very widespread, but a lot of it could be organic and emergent. I think there are some academics that maybe have an agenda and they write the articles and get them in the peer-reviewed journals, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know how coordinated of a conspiracy is.
well, it's pretty coordinated because you can see how prominent it is right now. It's like you can't even like question it without being killed or at worst, right?
Now it is centralized since Biden's equity order, and I looked at Obama did an equity order too, not an equity order, but a diversity inclusion order in what 2012 when his second term, and if you compare that one to Biden's, it doesn't say anything about DEI and equity. It doesn't even. It uses the word equity once in a legal sense. There's a legal term of equity. It doesn't mention any of the stuff that Biden's mentions. And Biden's is equity, equity this, equity that, equity this. So you can see the shift in how DEI was conceived under Obama, which I didn't even notice. Whatever the Obama order did, it did not generate any of the stuff that the Biden order did. And when Biden issued his, all of a sudden every organization, federal, state, local, started coming out with these strategic plans, their vision for equity, their vision for inclusion, DEI trainings, how we're going to stop racism and systemic racism. That all started under this Biden order. So Biden kind of centralized it and gave it the backing it needed to get perpetuated to all these other institutions.
Well, so
Hey, Austin.
he actually really ordered like literally the DEI I don't know what you call it teaching that
he powered it up. Biden's equity thing powered it up. That's what gave all the Washington State created their Department of Equity. They put out that document how everything's white supremacist and we have to fight it and stomp it out. Now all the state employees have to take 4 units of this DEI training all about racism. That all happened under Biden.
Oh God. Yeah, I fucking knew there was a reason I didn't vote for him. Everybody's like, well, he might actually help pharma come up with a cure for MS. Oh, well, that's really fucking swell. Yeah, no, I'm not voting.
I didn't know. I voted for him. One reason I voted for him was thinking he was of an older generation, and so he was more moderate. I didn't know Biden was as into all this as he is, or I would not have even voted for him. I didn't see the equity stuff coming at all from him.
But like that, the funny thing is, he was the vice president of Obama, and now we got the vice president of Biden going in there. Now that's a pattern of shit.
And each one that comes in, the equity stuff seems to get worse and worse or increase.
Yeah.
Obama's was not that objectionable. I looked at it the other day. It was okay.
Because they couldn't.
Biden's was way worse. So if Kamala put ones out, I expect it to be. I expect to have the Karen police showing up at our house for just sending tweets. That it's going to take it to an even higher level than Biden's took it.
After 2020, anything goes, man. Like Biden, I mean, like Obama, he was just like kind of like the opener, as were others with that same ideology. But like Biden just kind of let it go.
I think it did start. Obama laid like the first paving stone for it because Clinton, there wasn't anything like this under Clinton. In fact, Clinton wanted to support the gays and he backtracked on that. Like he moved in the opposite direction. So really, it wasn't until Biden, I think, that this started.
Yeah,
at the modern form we have it today.
Well, like his partner Obama, I guess, like you said, he kind of lightly started it, right? And then Biden really took it to the fucking wind.
And Obama is fully in it now because he and Michelle both came out and did those speeches trying to shame and guilt black people for voting. Like, you're black, we need all the black men to vote for us. Obama was trying to shame men into voting for women's issues, et cetera, et cetera. She said the most important issue for men this election is abortion. Women's ability to not have a baby is the
It's
most important. And she said something like, "This is going to affect your lives too, because if a woman can't abort, then you're going to be tied to the baby as well. You're not going to be able to go off and live your life and go to college and all that stuff." I tried to frame it as the most important issue that men should be concerned about,
but like
because it's going to impact their ability to have a life as well if they don't let women get rid of their baby.
like the racism and sexism is like backwards. Like with the way they put it, it's just like they say they're being inclusive and all this shit, but they're being racist.
I'll show you their inclusion. I looked at it the other day. Hang on, let me get this meme.
They're definitely being racist, and there's lots of ifs they are.
Oh, hang on one sec. All right, this is their inclusion. Hate has no home here, unless it's Trump, his supporters, white men, Christians, conservatives, and Jews. So everybody but this, that's their inclusion. It's not true inclusion. It's not the inclusion I'm used to. It's not the inclusion I do here. It's not the inclusion I've done in all of my jobs and workplaces.
Inclusion should fucking require the merit of inclusion. If you don't earn it, then you don't get it.
It was weird, Shane. That was one of the weirdest parts of her whole speech to me.
Well, all of her speeches are weird, but yeah.
Wow, is that the rate? So every 1,000 days, so that's like every 3 years or so, 1 million black babies. Let me look that up.
Unburdened by what has been. Talking content.
Abortion rates by race and ethnicity. Oh, interesting. The black rate's actually going down. It was. Is this percent? Lack of access to health insurance and health care. That's poverty. That's not race. That's poverty. Poor people can't afford the health care that people with money can buy. It's not because of the color of their skin. I don't have the same access to health care either. I mean, I live in an expanded Medicaid state. But if I was in a poor state, I would have the same access to health care that poor black people have. There's nothing racial about it. It's not like I can go to a healthcare facility as a poor white person, and they would give me an extra level of care that they're not giving to black people. They would give me the same exact care that I could pay for or not pay for that the black people have.
Exactly, man. It's the same in Baltimore City. I tell you what, man. There's people
Take care of that.
Of all races that are really bad off in Baltimore City. So it's not about race at all. Unless they make it about race.
That's exactly it. They make it about race.
Yeah.
They have this idea that in 2024, even though we've been living together for decades and decades as a nation, that there's this unconscious fear of the other. That black people are the other. And there's an unconscious bias or fear against them.
And that alone, like the fact that they suggest that is racism. I mean, like, okay, yeah, so you're not treating a person with the same respect as a white person, and you're supposed to hire them anyway, even though the white person has the skills, or whatever person, it doesn't matter. I mean, whoever they decide to put in there, the team of diversity is what they go for. I went to my infusion center, and I swear to God, man, every single one of them was an Indian. Every single one. And this is in Baltimore City.
Are you talking about the staff or the clients?
the staff that did my infusion, like everybody doing all the work in there were like either they had accents or they're American Indians. Not American Indians, East Indian Americans or whatever.
What's fucking not effigy? The talk of a child. That's your logical rebuttal. That sounds like an emotional. That sounds like pathos over logos. I can't decode it. I can usually decode logos.
But what's the talk of what, child?
They're the real racist. Yes, I call it neo-racism because they make race.
Yeah.
They make the group identity more important than the individual identity. They are classifying everybody according to race. And my friend Brooke was up here and talked about her DEI training here in Washington State, where they took all of the black people and put them in a room, all of the Hispanics, all of the white people, and all of the Asians. That is racism. That is segregating people on the basis of their race. In the South, that would be called segregation. Go to the South and start putting all the black people in one area and all the white people in another. When you make race the dominant criteria for evaluating people, that is a form of racism.
Yes, it is. I was going to say that's racism to a T, man. And that's what they've been pushing all this time. We're racist, yet you're racist. Okay.
A Palestinian child, shameless. That's a trans Palestinian child is more vulnerable than a black child, I bet.
And all these libtards making politicians making black people out to be so vulnerable, not capable. That's racism.
Right. That too. It's very disempowering. But Zents, if they would just if the minorities are this is the dominant group and these are all the people excluded, that would be one thing, because that would include people like me. But they don't do that. If you're excluded but you're male and white, you're in a different category than if you're a brown colored minority or a female minority or a gay minority. The white male minorities are treated differently because they have this belief that they are somehow can't be marginalized, because by virtue of their maleness or their whiteness, they still have an advantage even though they're as excluded as all these other groups. It's
Exactly.
a belief system. It's an ideology.
And they painted that picture, and it's so obvious. It's so obvious they're doing that. It's so sick.
Like, because I did the AI thing yesterday, and it kept saying over and over, disproportionately impacts low income this, low income that, and then they tied low income to black people. Because it impacts low income people, more black people are affected than not. But the category that's affected is low income. But then they try to racialize it, and they take they pick a few categories of that low income that are brown, gay, women, and they elevate them over all the other members of the low income category. If the issue is low income, then serve everybody in that category. You don't need to further divide it by race. And that's what they do. That's where they lose me.
Yeah, it's
like poor black neighborhoods have worse schools because property taxes, they don't have the ability to generate the income through property taxes to fund their schools that fancier neighborhoods have. But there's poor white neighborhoods that have just as poor schools as the black. You don't hear about. It's all about the poor black schools, not about poor schools in general. Not about how we can fund underfunded neighborhoods. It's how we can fund underfunded black neighborhoods. That's where the neo-racism comes in. And I even had someone on the panel the other day tell me that because black people are disproportionately represented in these numbers, that they should be focused on to the exclusion of these other groups. Like, they should get an extra focus that these other groups don't get because of their rates of disparity or something, even though the issue is low income, not race. They still somehow want to make it about race, like bring race into it as a focus. I guess they win more support for their cause that way. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully this election is going to be the election where people either start noticing and seeing this stuff or buying further into it. What two things? Race and poverty? How is it any more linked than with any other group? If the issue is poverty, then treat it as a poverty issue. Why are you linking it to race at the expense of all the other groups in the category of poverty? I don't understand that. I'm poor too. Does my poverty count less because my skin is white? Even though I'm ethnically Cajuns are as poor. And you know this from Louisiana, Effigy. In many cases, historically, Cajuns were treated worse than the black people. Does our treatment and our poverty count less because our skin is white? That's ridiculous. That's fucking racism. It's not consistent because the principle is we're trying to elevate people out of poverty. But then they bring in this second conflicting principle of race. And then so you're not, well, is your principle alleviating poverty or is your principle alleviating poverty because people have a certain skin color? It clouds the issue. And my whole argument from yesterday from that AI review was that it's bringing in race actually makes the issue harder to talk about than removing it and dealing with it as just environmental factors. For any group, you could look at the environmental factors involved for whatever population you're trying to help. And black people, black communities, black neighborhoods may have certain environmental factors that are unique to them that we could look at. But when you make it about race, that eclipses those issues, and you can't have that conversation about those factors anymore because it becomes about what color skin the people have. You said they're linked, so that's all I had to go on. That was my interpretation of how they were linked. I don't think that first of all, they're only linked if people choose to link them because we're talking conceptually. Like there's nothing concrete in physical reality we could point to and say they're linked. So it's how we frame them and how we're linking them in our minds. And they don't have to be linked if you choose not to link them. You could focus on solutions to the issue without linking it to race is my whole point. So if you think if you're saying and you think those two things aren't linked, I'm saying they're only linked because people are linking them, and they don't. There are other options, but where they don't have to be linked. Yeah, I did a whole stream on it yesterday, and the AI backed me up. I had a conversation with the AI, and it broke it down and articulated it even better than I'm doing now, and it gave very good reasons why I think they'd win more support. They would communicate the actual issues to people better and get more buy-in if they took the race stuff out of it. For some reason, they think that's a winning strategy. And basically what the AI said is no, if you look at it this way instead, you would have much better chance of getting these problems solved. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they don't have the same AI access or something. I'm using the free chat GPT. Oh, Kitty, come on. You and Zentz are still having your rivalry. It's both. It's effigy. And thank you. You're making my point. I wish you'd go back and take a look at the stream yesterday because what the AI helped me do was present a different way of understanding that I think is superior to the current way of understanding that's offered. So I will put my way of understanding against yours any day, and we'll see which one wins in the marketplace of ideas.
And you know what? Generation Alpha is going to be so indoctrinated that we're not going to recognize their country even more. It's going to be bad when
there's going to be such a backlash because I hear a lot of stories from the really young kids that they're not, especially the men, that they're not buying into any of this bullshit.
Well,
it's not making sense to them at all.
You can only hope that these kind of kids are going to be fucking really good leaders in the White House, but I have a bad feeling about it, man. That's why I haven't voted since 2001. I only voted because I thought I had to.
Oh, like in Australia.
I was 21 years old, and also the 9/11. That's exactly the reason I voted, but I thought I had to, And because everybody said, you got to vote. It's 9/11, and 9/11 just happened. We got to vote. I'm like, yeah, we got to vote. And then Barack Obama comes in. I'm not going to vote for him. And then Donald Trump comes. Well, he comes in 2 times. Barack Obama. I didn't vote both times, and I didn't vote for Donald Trump when he came in because I didn't. I don't like him, but I like him better than Kamala Harris.
That's what it comes down to. I was Trump is the last person I would ever try to put in
Right.
office anywhere, except Kamala came along and
Yeah,
gave me somebody even worse than Trump.
that's right. That's right. No doubt about that.
She does not inspire confidence, faith, or trust in me for the values that I care about.
She inspires a bunch of gobbledygook in people's brains. Oh, I listened to her gobbledygook. It was so. Oh my God! I got to
She
vote
can't
for.
even answer a direct. I've
No,
watched like three or four
no,
interviews with her, trying
no.
to get her to answer. I still have not seen her answer a single direct question. That
Okay.
frustrates me, just as an autistic person trying to get information.
I mean, Trump is like that to like a certain different way. He kind of does that because sometimes he ignores questions. He does. Like when he was on Rogan, I think he kind of was just being way too what's the word? Oh shit, digressions. He kept going on with digressions, and I mean, it's not like Rogan didn't get his questions answered, right? I mean, I watched the thing, but I didn't watch it twice. But at the same time, he's not. But he does. He's very fucking grandiose. But I'd rather have him than Kamala, no doubt.
Yeah, I do too. And
But I'm
it's
not.
not that I believe a word that comes out of Trump's mouth, or I
No, I don't
trust him
either.
to like he's gonna be chaos. It's not like I'm sending other than the DEI stuff. He's has a pretty reliable track record on standing up against DEI. But outside of that, it's not like I'm putting him in there and I'm
You,
expecting any one particular policy from him because you don't know what you're gonna get. But I feel like I have a better idea of him than I have of Kamala. I know zero about what she's going to do other than the DEI track record that I see from Biden and Obama, etc.
exactly. And like, I mean, like
And the free speech rhetoric.
at the very least, he's not gonna. I don't think
Oh,
he's gonna.
absolutely. The 4 years of Trump were some of the most chaotic years of my life. I was running the social media every 5 minutes to see if the world had blown up or what was going to happen. But I will take that kind of chaos over threats to free speech, my autonomy, my ability to express myself, and all of this DEI neo racism crap that's dividing. It's so divisive. I I hope best case scenario this will be true. But you say nothing fucking crazy. I see a lot of fucking crazy shit coming out of the Democrats. So we disagree there. And we had a whole conversation about it last night because I think usurping that parent's right to have her child not wear the dress was fucking crazy. The arguments y'all were making for it were fucking crazy. Like how you and the teachers and all this had a right to somehow have a say or a hand in how she parents that child. So we have different ideas of what constitutes crazy, and my version of crazy, I definitely see coming out of the Democrats. Oh, it's on the stream. It's absolutely now you're just gaslighting, so people can rewatch the stream and see it for themselves.
Shit, sorry, I was muted for a while there. Yeah, man. So, yeah, the DEI well, I do know a lot of poor white people who are being treated like shit by the government, including myself with my damn disease, and yet they're letting in all these illegals into our country, giving them shit hand over fist. Yet I've been waiting 4 years for any kind of help, and I'm helpless because my disease is getting worse, and they don't give a shit.
What's going on with your case manager? Is you said that
Yeah, she's actually pretty damn good. Like I keep getting new ones, one after another, and this one seems pretty damn good because she follows up on things and actually calls me once a month.
Is
And
she making things happen and opening doors?
I mean, she got me some stuff. Well, I don't want to some stuff I needed in my house. I got
Okay.
that, but it wasn't that expensive. But I could probably go out to the store and buy it. But still, I got that. But what I really need is help around my house. I have no help. My clothes are so piled high in my laundry room. I don't even know what's in there anymore.
Effigy, y'all are seeing monsters around Donald Trump and his cabinet and Project 2020. Like, quit that bullshit. Quit that both sides bullshit. Because y'all are doing it too. It's not like you have this clear-eyed view of the future, and y'all are not hysterical about Trump and the danger of democracy. Even though we've had 4 years of it, like we have our own data bank of experience built up on what to expect from Trump, and so
Yeah,
you
it's not
try to
nearly as
gaslight
bad.
and raise fear
It's
and
not nearly as
inflame
bad
all
as
this
Biden.
hysteria around Trump. You tell ghost stories on your side the same as you're accusing this. I don't know if it's a testament to your self-awareness or if you know that you're doing it or what, but from my side, I see it happen on both sides.
Yep. But it's not nearly as bad as Biden Harris thing.
So Busker, you need like a home health, like not home health, but a person to come in and
I,
help around the house periodically.
yeah, that's the problem.
I thought, don't the Mormons do that?
Yeah, I think you mentioned that once. Damn, I
I
forgot
wonder
about.
if there's like church organizations or nonprofit volunteer organizations that have people that, like your case manager also might be able to hook you, like know of some places or research and find some volunteer agencies that do that kind of stuff. That doesn't seem
She
like
never
it should be
mentioned
too
that.
hard to get.
As far as I know, it's all coming through the government. So there's no other stuff that she mentioned. Um, I'm supposed to get some sort of thing that you wear around your neck. If you have an emergency, you click on it and somebody will
Oh,
come.
like I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah, and they still haven't given me that. Yet they're giving fucking phone cards to illegals. What the fuck? You know?
What are they? What's the holdup on the little emergency button?
Because they don't give a shit, or can't afford it, or they just can't afford it for a white male.
Well, why are they telling you they're going to give it to you
They
and not
said
doing it?
they said they would, and yet when they came back, there was no. I got all the things I needed, which I don't want to talk
So
about
they
it.
said we can give you this thing, give us this information, and then you
Yeah.
gave them whatever they asked for, and
Well,
you
I
still
mean,
haven't gotten
what
the
I'm
button.
looking for, I've been looking for it for 4 years now. I've been looking for something,
Damn.
and they haven't given me shit because the Biden administration has fucked it all to hell with a bunch of goddamn illegals just willy nilly
Well,
coming.
I mean I don't know if that, because this is happening on a local level, and I don't know
It's
if
everywhere.
I would decouple it from the illegal issue. I don't know that that's the reason you're not getting your button.
Well,
It's
this
probably some bureaucratic snag that would be happening anyway.
well, this is all but a sanctuary state. I mean, we're Baltimore, but we're not New
But
York
I
City.
would definitely follow up with the case manager on this
Well,
button if they've
study up on
already
what
initiated the
what's
process.
going on in New York City with all this shit that's happened through the Biden Harris administration. All these illegals that are willy nilly let into New York City, they are fucking New York City up the asshole in a bad way. And that's no joke, man. I'm not joking with you. I mean, I'm not
Well,
talking.
that's for New Yorkers to deal with, worry about.
I know. Well, I'm in Baltimore, and they have little segments. I looked it up. There's little segments of Baltimore that they consider sanctuary. But what does that mean anyway?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Little tiny segments of Baltimore, little tiny, but they're letting them in so they can spread everywhere like roaches. I'm sorry to say it like that, but like that's the way it is, man. I mean, I won't know until it happens. Shit, in Baltimore. But New York City knows all about it. Fucking talk to any New York City person. They know all about it. I
Okay,
mean,
I'm looking for information. All I'm seeing is sanctuary cities, but I guess sanctuary neighborhoods work the same way. Seattle apparently is a sanctuary city. Let me see. Um, God, it's so damn hard to find information.
I know, because Google
A
sucks.
sanctuary city is a place that has decided to keep local resources to solve local problems. So, yes, and this is true, Busker. A lot of this stuff that's coming to the is done at a local level. It's not Biden doing it. It's these local organizations and agencies doing it. So it's more ground up
Well,
than top down.
it's state level, apparently. I mean, because they're not doing this in any swing
It
states.
says a better term might be than sanctuary might be local control or safe city.
Well, what's the control? Where's that?
It's limited to the extent it's limited the extent to which it will volunteer resources in support of federal. So it limits the amount that it cooperates with the federal government to make immigrants' lives any harder than they have to be.
Well, it goes far beyond that, buddy. They're giving them hotel rooms. They're giving
They
them,
say no to federal requests to conduct joint patrols. They refuse to jail individuals who have posted a bond and a judge said can be released.
Yep.
They refuse to gather more information than is needed to determine. So they follow the law to the letter and no more.
Well, they let them go. They let them out on the street after they get arrested for some heinous crimes. Well, you can ask some New Yorkers. Don't just trust me. I'm not from New York, but there are people talking about it and showing it.
Well, Effigy, you called Kane hateful last night. So, like I said, it's the Spider-Man meme. All you're doing is acting out the Spider-Man meme every time you say stuff like this.
What do you say?
You know what? Let me just see what Wikipedia has to say.
Wikipedia is full of shit.
Well, it'll at least tell us what sanctuary cities are. It's
I'll
a
give you
municipality that limits its cooperation with the national government in enforcing immigration law. So I think that's different than nonprofits or organizations in cities that are set up and funded to help provide resources to immigrants. I think that's separate from the idea of a sanctuary city and how much they cooperate with the federal government or not. Because Seattle has all kind of agencies that are like nonprofits that are set up by individuals and groups with the mission and the purpose of helping immigrants, and that's perfectly legal. Like I could set up one for autistic people if I wanted to, or gay people. That's perfectly legal. I don't know.
Well,
to me, it's the
legal.
illegal part, not so much the immigrant part.
Yeah, I mean the immigrants who actually make a fucking effort to become a part of our country, or at least come into our country. I bless them. I love them. But these motherfuckers that are being shipped into here willy-nilly, fucking Biden Harris, they did all of this. There was no fucking illegal fucking crossings from people from everywhere, not just Mexico, not just Venezuela, everywhere all at once. That's no joke, man. You can.
Well, I think both sides agree that it's a problem. I don't think it's in dispute that it's an issue, and it's not even just happening in the United States. It's happening all over the world, and it's going to continue to happen. So it's not even just a United States thing or a Biden thing or a Trump thing. This is a global issue that we as a planet need to figure out.
I know the globalism is full swing, man. It's happening right before our eyes, yet people don't see it. Unfortunately, and they'll figure it out once it bites their balls.
How can did he veto it? How can Trump is not Congress, so how can Trump block a bill? He can veto if they pass the bill into a law, Trump can veto it. But as the bill you're talking about, if I understand it, was under the Biden administration. So I don't know how Trump was even involved. Was he in Congress under Biden? Again, you see how the narratives all center around Trump instead of on facts. You cannot have a factual conversation with people who are inflamed with hyperbolic rhetoric. I can't. Maybe other people can. I have not figured out a way. It's like walking through the jungle and having to clear away weeds and vines and hack through bushes to get to the factual part of a conversation that we can all agree on. Maybe it's my spurgery, but it's so very frustrating when I think I'm talking to intelligent people, but they can't seem to keep their attention on facts.
There's never going to be any agreement.
Quotes are not facts. That's rhetoric. That's the republic. The people who voted for it are who you should hold accountable. Trump doesn't have some mind control device where he can control how Congress votes. Quit shifting the accountability and responsibility from Congress to Trump. It was Congress that failed to pass the bill. He's not the head of the Republican Party. He's not Congress. And this is a pattern I noticed of like shifting responsibility. It's not Congress's fault the bill didn't get passed, even though that is Congress's duty and responsibility. So if whatever laws are passed or not passed stops at Congress, according to our Constitution, but somehow in today's world, it's not the Congress people that are not doing their jobs. It's this person that's not even in Congress that's responsible for why the bill didn't get passed. That makes no sense to me. The head of the party is not the head of Congress. The head of a political party is not the one responsible for passing bills or not. I think he's a symptom of the corruption in people's minds. Their logic has gotten corrupted. Exactly, but Trump was not part of any of those three branches when this bill was making it through the city. Like the schoolhouse right, I'm just a bill. Trump wasn't part of any of those three, but somehow it's his fault the bill didn't get passed. Right, there was a bunch of other shit in it that people that are in Congress that know this stuff because it's their job and they do it all the time for years and years, know what bills to pass and not pass because they know all the other crap people let into bills, but somehow the media is going to frame it as Trump caused the bill not to get passed, and people like Effigy, who's normally intelligent, are going to fall for it. I try to keep things very fact-based here, and it's factually untrue that Trump has any role in passing bills or not. That is on Congress. So you can look, let's see, do you know what the bill's called? I'll look it up. I'll tell you which Congress people you can go talk to about why it didn't get passed. And Effigy, you were the one that jumped on last night and said, you got to get context. If you're emotional about something, you got to make sure you have the context for it. Apply that to this bill, just like you did to that video yesterday, if you want to be a consistent example of the principle you're trying to advocate for. Factcheck.org, unraveling misinformation about bipartisan immigration bill. Which bill was it? It was from 2020, right? The Emergency National Security Supplemental Appropriations Act. Let's see if that's the one. No, that's 2024. Which? Because Kamala was talking about one that, like, when Biden took office, that they tried to get passed. But the one I'm seeing now is 2024. If somebody knows the exact bill, okay, then can you tell me the bill? Because I'm gonna compare my research against yours, and we'll see whose research is the most fact-based. If you can tell me what bill it is you're talking about, I will add my research to yours, and we'll try to come up with as close to a picture of that corresponds to reality as we can. Oh, so there's more than one bill. But either way, however many bills there are, give me any of the bills you want me to research. Trump is not the one that voted on any of them. It was Congress people that passed or didn't pass it, not Trump. Trump didn't have a vote on the bills. Congress had the vote on the bills, whether it passed or not. That should not be in dispute. I hope you could at least agree that the congressional representatives, the House, the Senate, are the ones that either passed or failed to pass the bill. Can you at least yeah, I know how Congress works. I grew up with Schoolhouse Rock. Can you at least agree with me that it's the congressional representatives, that the Congress members that make up the House of Representatives and the Senate, whoever those people are, I'll research who voted which way. Those are the people that voted to pass or not pass the bill. Can you at least agree with me on that? That'll keep one foot in consensual reality so we can have this conversation. Oh, by the way, I put another chat goal of, it's almost expired, to keep the stream going. And if I don't make it, I'm going to end the stream. Because I can't keep giving this away. Oh, the goal already ended. Okay, I'm going to wrap up soon then. Well, we need to at least ground something in fact, and then we can move from there into lobbyists, Trump's influence, etc. But okay, all right, good. Well, no, there's still see, okay, he's making a great point. See how he's removing the agency from Congress people? They have no agency of their own. They have no ability to decide for themselves who they vote for. It's somebody else that told them to do it, and they just blindly followed them. The buck stops with Congress. The buck stops with the people who voted to pass the bill or not. Chuck, thank you so much. Let me give you... Thank you, Chuck. Let me see what the sticker is. I wish StreamYard would show the actual stickers. Oh, cute. What is GLHF? Let's see. Good luck, have fun. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Very, very appreciative. Oh, okay. We got 10 new outliers. Let's see. Let's see who we are. Tommy, Chopper Jeff, Doug, Witch of Heart, Combat, OTW. Wow. Very illustrious roster there. Thank you so much, Chuck. You brought in a great new team of outliers. I hope it does too. Oh, sorry, Busker. There you are.
Hey man, sorry, my fucking laptop died. That's what happens when you unplug it for about 10 minutes or 20 minutes.
Well, I'll keep it going for a little while longer, just based on Chuck's contribution alone.
I didn't know you were cutting off or not. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm starting to. I need to find a way to survive doing this, and so I'm gonna start monetizing, whether I keep the chats going or not.
Dude, I've got an idea.
Okay, again, effigy. If we had a whiteboard, I would make a whole category for rhetoric and put it there. And so we'd put that quote under rhetoric. I would make another category for votes from Congress people that actually went, and however they vote, they like say aye or nay, or they press a button or something. That would go in a separate category. And so that way we keep our categories like bounded and free of as much confusion as possible. Because when people have these conversations in the modern age, I notice they just start putting all kind of categories into a blender and mixing them up, and the conversation becomes nonsense to a spurg like me that tries very hard to track logic.
That's why YouTube isn't too safe. I mean, like, it is safe, but like you gotta like sketch through all this stuff and like know what's going on.
That's what I'm trying to do here. Help people find fact, like make truth sense make, truth find.
Me too, my friend.
So, this is a Socratic channel. I love Socrates. We do the Socratic approach here.
Yeah.
But I'm still not sure what exact bill we're talking about because I could look up the individual Congress people that voted for it, and you could contact their office and see. But even if they voted because Trump told them to, that's between them and their constituents. If their constituents are okay with that and they keep voting that in, that's a legitimate part of the political process itself.
It's a bipolar country, I think. Bipolar.
I think part of the reason for the polarization is these like kind of the narratives we're seeing now from
Yeah.
propaganda and
Propaganda.
social. People have become radicalized away from truth and fact. Like their ability to even perceive or acknowledge fact has become compromised by whatever narratives they're letting into their brain.
That's right. Exactly.
Well, that could be, but again, that's a separate. I'm trying to keep everything neatly organized into the appropriate categories. So we have the bill itself and the votes that caused it to fail or pass. That's one thing. We have all the things Trump and everybody else said about it. We have lobbyists maybe in a second category. We could maybe track money and see what lobby money went to which politicians. But I want to keep that separate from the passing or failing of the bill itself. Right. That Don't Say Gay bill was not anything. Like, I don't think, as a gay person, if somebody came to me in the 3rd grade and tried to teach me, I wouldn't even know what they were taught. It would have done nothing for me.
Oh shit! What the fuck is that? Don't say. What was the Don't Say Gay bill? I never.
It was just don't teach kindergarten through 3rd grade the details of alternative sexualities or gender. I think it's fine to tell them that there's different family. Like some people might have 2 moms or 2 dads. I think that's fine. They're going to see that anyway.
Yeah, that's.
You don't need to go into the details of what they do in their bedroom.
But the Don't Say Gay bill is locked on to the retardation that we've got now. It's locked onto it. Oh, don't say you can't be transvestite or transvestite and read books to children. I mean, come on, this is all kinds of nonsense.
Thank you, fools. Is this the bill 1118B? Look at all this other stuff. See how already it seems disingenuous, like you weren't completely forthcoming about the bill itself. You framed it as an immigration bill, and Trump is the reason it didn't get passed, and now we have all this. But it turns out it's not that. It's way more nuanced than that.
That's right.
And you had a chance to establish the credibility and trust by being transparent about this up front. Now it just seems manipulative. You back for more?
Oh, definitely, because you're jumping to a lot of fucking conclusions right now. Number one, the bill did have a bunch of stuff in it because that's how you get people to vote for it. That was the first bill.
Wait, real quick, is this the bill you're talking about? This
That's the first
18?
bill. I'm talking about the second bill. The second bill is the one that took out all the Ukraine stuff, took out everything else, and was only for the border stuff. They
Do you
did
know
that
what that one's
specifically
called?
to show that Republicans would not vote for it because they were being told not to, even though Republicans are pretty much the ones who wrote the bill.
Okay, do you know the number of that bill?
The number,
Is that the recent one, the 2024 one?
That. Yeah, it was 2024.
HR 815?
I think it was just called the Border Act.
All right,
I can't remember the actual number.
Who was the border czar?
The Border Act of
There
2024.
was no border czar. That's another fucking lie. She was put in charge of finding out why migrants were coming from 3 countries in South America. It had nothing to do with the fucking border.
In a way, it's a kind of a
in a way, it's a kind of a lie that you just
no,
spread.
it's kind of a.
Why are you making fun of his accent? That makes you seem
It's a real mockery. It's a real mockery.
not in good faith.
It's a mockery of this bitch that should not be president. You sound just like her.
All right, hang on. Okay, I think I have the bill. I'm trying to find the voting.
So the entire point is the reason there's so many people coming into the country is not because of people illegally coming across the border. It's because we have so many people coming in because of asylum. The main thing that the bill would have fixed is changing the asylum laws and would have instituted limiters that give them powers to shut down the border when they hit certain amounts.
Well,
So
then
all
So
these
when
things that
people
we're
say
bitching
illegal
about,
immigrants,
years
they're
of
mostly talking
Biden.
about asylum.
the current problem for the past few years since COVID has been
Since
asylum seekers.
Biden!
Since
Wait, let
COVID.
Busker, let him talk. Let him talk.
No, you see this idiocy? Like you just
Okay,
want
I
to sit
see
there
a
and
lot of
blame a
idiocy
person
on
for
both
it.
sides.
Like there's a reason that we have mass migration right now, and most of it is due to COVID, right?
It's
Like
COVID.
you get that,
It's all
right?
COVID. It's COVID. Yeah, blame it on COVID.
Do you not get how South American countries kind of got really
I
fucked by it?
I thought it was the cartels.
Yeah, economics. I'm not talking about the disease itself. I'm talking about the
Oh.
economic situations it created in the countries, which caused instability, which led to all this fucked up shit happening down there, and which is why we have all these people coming.
It was COVID. It was all COVID.
But
guess
the
what?
people
They
coming is
insist on
probably not going to
COVID.
go away anytime soon. That's a new normal. So
All the
we do
illegals
have to
do
figure
not-
out some kind of
look,
solution.
look.
Sure.
Here's
And
what
the first thing would have been to change the asylum laws that are allowing all those people to come in here. Also adding more money for judges so that we can actually process the people going through the asylum process and get rid of the ones who don't need to be here. But that's why they're all here for so long, because we have so many blocks in our asylum system that they can't get to judges.
Effigy, who fucking tested all these people for diseases? Nobody. And guess what they did to us for 5 years, you fag?
Hey, Busker, you're gonna have to.
No, this is expected. This is expected from an asshole who would sit there and call
No,
fucking
Effigy,
migrants
you're no
roaches,
better.
man.
You were calling Kane hateful yesterday. We were making fun of Busker. You do not have the moral high ground in any of this. You do the same
Dude,
thing.
if
You
think- if
indulge
think
in
me
the
saying that
same
someone
kind
saying
of
something about someone's identity
inflammatory
is hateful
tactics.
And if you think that's the same as someone dehumanizing people and calling them roaches or using a disparaging thing like that, if you think that's
I think y'all are. It all comes from the same place. Hey, Mike.
Oh no.
Oh, Chuck, thank you again. Wow. Okay, I'm glad I kept the stream going.
So ethically, real quick, I think that, and I don't have anybody in my family that is trans, but I do have friends of my family that are trans, like
Whoa,
their
subject
friends.
change.
And I'm just saying, I don't think they're mentally ill. I don't think that's the case. And that's just my opinion. I'm not arguing. I'm not attacking you. I just think people have a right to associate what they believe in and what they're comfortable with. I don't think it's mental illness.
Oh my God! Look at these Democrats who voted
neither
against
do
the
I.
bill: Elizabeth Warren, Ed Markey, Alex Padilla, Bob Menendez, and Chuck Schumer, the majority leader of the Senate, voted against it as well.
Yeah,
Because Trump told him to. You think Elizabeth Warren voted against it because Trump told her to?
But Effigy, I'm not attacking you. I just think that it's not mental illness. I think people will have.
Wait, what are you talking about? I never said it was. I'm the one who was arguing that it wasn't because someone else said it was.
I'm giving you an example. I don't think it's that. So I think that
Effigy thinks it's hateful. He considered it a form of hate to think that it's mental illness. And that's what we were pushing back on yesterday.
No, I broke it down like I did yesterday. Walk up to a trans person and tell them that their identity is a mental illness. What would they feel? Would they say
depends
it's
on the
hateful?
trans person. If it was me, I wouldn't feel anything. I wouldn't even take that person seriously because I have resilience.
Right. That's right, because you're proud and gay, man.
And I don't need other people to white knight and protect my feelings.
That's right,
Yeah,
dude.
but at the same token, I don't think gender dysphoria is mental illness. I think it's just basically trying to find your true self. Jeff, if you agree, let me know. I think gender dysphoria is it's not mental illness. It's you're trying to find where you fit into the whole crazy puzzle of life.
Trying to play cards and then having people tell you to do a certain hand, and then all of a sudden, all these little kids are all neutered.
The coolest one of the I'll tell you, I don't mind telling you. I mean, I am so blatantly honest. One of the coolest people I've ever met. I worked with somebody and they were trans, right? But they didn't do it at work. They were, I guess, the man when they were at work. But then when they were off work, they were maybe they were a different persona.
My cousin is trans, so she is.
But they were. But they were the coolest. They were the coolest people you ever met, and there was no mental illness there. There wasn't. There was no mental illness. You know. So I think when people say that people that are alternative lifestyles, because remember people that said that people that are homosexual have mental
Yeah, they
illness.
used to say that too, and it didn't bother me then. It doesn't.
Mhm. It's
They
not
say that
true.
about autism. Autism gets mistaken for mental illness all the time.
Yeah.
One of the things that makes my job hard is because autistic people go to these therapists and mental health professionals and they have their autism treated like it's a mental health symptom.
Yeah, I think it's a way to prescribe drugs. It's a way to
Yeah.
further, the healthcare stuff. But I
Yep.
think everyone has a right to feel and accept what they want to feel. This is only my opinion. I just feel like, if someone wants to feel like that they're this and this and this, but once again, like Effigy was saying, or Kane was saying, I don't think it should be indoctrinated towards children. And I believe in that. I believe in that 100%. If you're
Well,
18 years old,
What?
then you
Mike
should be able
just
to.
brought a calm and balanced perspective to the panel.
Yeah. I think if you're 18 years old, then you should be able to indoctrinate
cut
or
off your
talk
dick.
about
Yeah,
children.
dude, cut off your tits, cut off your dick when you're 18. Yeah, that's fucking cool, man. Yeah, you're
But what do you
right.
mean by indoctrination? What if a kid comes to you and says, I feel I am this way? See,
Oh,
this is the
I
thing.
am 14 years old. I feel
God,
like
shut
I
the fuck
wasn't
up,
born
Busker.
male.
Like, we're actually having a conversation right here.
No, wait
So-
a minute. What are you
if you're
talking
asking-
about?
So Buster, yeah, hold on real quick.
Him,
So Buster,
the other
if
guy.
you're asking a question, Effigy, if you're asking a question, yes, that is a viable curiosity. Like people.
And what do you tell about
like,
the people who think that just allowing for people to exist and recognizing their existence in everyday
Well,
thing, just like everyone
how
else,
about
is indoctrination?
If you're
Wait, say that
so
again,
Buster-
Effigy?
Yeah, no,
I said,
Effigy,
what do you
Effigy,
think
if you-
about the people
Wait, hey,
who say
Mike,
that
hang on one second.
when we just say
Effigy-
that gay people can be allowed to exist, or trans people, and that they can be in movies, they can be in media, they can just live normal lives, and we treat them like
There they
everything else,
are.
when people say that, that's indoctrination, that we're normalizing them? I heard that phrase like 10 times yesterday.
Normalize.
Really? I don't hear that a lot. I might have missed it. I don't hear that a lot. I don't think most people are saying that.
Normalization in Hollywood,
So
man.
Effigy, let me address Effigy. Effigy, I am a diehard Christian, right? So I'm not supposed to be friends with Jeff. Me and Jeff are not supposed to be friends.
I have plenty
We're
of
not-
Christian
Yeah,
friends.
dude, you're
No, no,
friends.
just hear me out. Just hear
All
me
right.
out. Just hear me out. We're not supposed to be friends, but I love Jeff. As his, his output, his joy, his energy. So I appreciate that. So Jeff is teaching me how to be a better accepting person, like to
Lord.
accept different things that I would never accept as a jerk off Italian from New York. So all I'm trying to say, Effigy, is that sometimes you meet people and they teach you how to be a softer side of yourself. I think what Jeff does is that Jeff teaches people to be more observant and be more accepting. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead, guys.
Observation is the key.
Mhm.
Welcome, Ziggy.
Hey,
I think
man.
I remember you're the Satanist, right? The Civil
Yeah.
War guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was drunk that one night, and I apologize for that. Fucking,
Yeah.
I'm not so much tonight. I'm drinking, but I'm not. So much.
Well,
So what's up
do you
with
have
the,
anything
what-
to add to the issue?
Well, I don't know the original issue, but I think it's kind of cool that there is actually a Christian here that really, I to my knowledge, I've never met a Christian that likes what a Satanist has to say. I've never met one, and I think that's sad.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Ziggy, the whole thing is that when you are a true Christian, you're flawed. Like, you're gonna get pissed, you're gonna say some stupid stuff, but it's not my job to judge anybody. But I like even if someone's a Satanist, but they have a great personality and they have really good topics, I can't hate that person. I can't.
And
Like,
especially,
Right. Well,
especially
no, I think if I may, I think it's the same thing with us, right? Because we don't hate you guys. We're just like, hey man, we choose this. You guys chose that. We choose this. That's how it works.
I choose naught, so don't include me in that. I choose naught.
Well, no, I said we. I don't know who you are. I have no idea.
As
I think he's talking about me and like the Satanists on the panel.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Me and him.
Yeah.
I have more Christian friends since I became a Satanist than I ever did. I love them. Like I never knew Christians were this cool. It took becoming a Satanist to discover it.
Jeff, it's crazy because Christians love you. We love you, dude.
Well,
But we share a common mythology.
I'll tell you why. I can. Well, I can't tell you exactly why, but I can tell you from my experience why. Because, man, I used to go to church, and I'm not sure about you, Jeff. Did you used to go to church?
I was raised Catholic. I was an altar boy. I sang in the choir.
I was made Methodist, and I sang in the choir. That's funny. And then what would happen would be I have to go up and count the money. And then it's like, why? Count money at 10?
Oh,
what the
shit.
fuck?
Why not
Yeah,
switch?
it was
Christian
bullshit.
capitalism.
Ziggy, what turned you to that Satanism? What I'm just asking, what turned you to
I'll tell you. I'll tell you, like, not the day. I can't tell you the day, but well, drugs. I ended up partying and stuff like that. But that's my own thing. That's my own problem.
Yeah.
And then one day, man, I'm out and I'm a piece of shit, right? According to the Christian people, not the faith, the people. And I'm out on the side of the road and, on the sidewalk or whatever. And there's a guy that I used to count the money with, right? And he would do like his daily walks or some shit, whatever, old, whatever. And I look over and I see him and I go, "Hey, what's up, Dwayne?" That was his name. And he looked at me and he looked forward because I'm standing there with my friends, and he ignored me, and I was like, "You piece of shit." So then I went to no, hold on. Then I went to church the following Sunday, counted money with him again. Hey, he's talkative now. Whoa!
Of course, because he's got several freaking places to show what he can and cannot be.
Exactly, and I don't appreciate that. I am me, and that's what I just be me, man. I am me.
Me too, man.
I like that about Jeff too, man. You are you, man.
That's
even when you
the
got
heart of Satanism for
even
me.
when you got mad at me before, you were still you. That's perfect. That's the friends I need in my life. I don't need people like that.
Yeah, Jeff, man, you got rid of me one time, and I was like, "Oh, you motherfucker!"
Because you told me to calm down.
The next day,
Well, I think I was just testing him, like, to see, like, are you really? Yeah, I think he is.
Chuck, what do you? Hang on, we got.
Chuck,
Oh,
oh
I'm
my
sorry.
God! I
Hey,
see
Chuck.
Chuck's face, man. Let's see your face, Chuck. You trimmed your
Yeah, it
beard.
looked like you were.
You trimmed your beard, man. You're looking good.
No, I didn't. It's still growing.
It's still there.
You sitting there in the dark?
I like it.
Well,
that
yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I do too,
He's
man.
like, fuck yeah.
I always
Don't
sit
put
in
it
the
on
dark.
fire.
Especially, hey man, let's all agree on this, man. Especially if you have a bunch of tattoos, dude. I don't give a fuck if I'm mowing the lawn. I'm putting on sunscreen. I don't care if my arms are white as shit. I don't give a fuck. But yes, always sitting in the dark, man. We got to take care of these tats, you know.
So what's is there a way to bridge Christianity and Satanism together? Is there a way to bridge it together?
I'm doing it.
No.
I don't know.
I disagree.
No,
I don't know about that.
Dude, all right.
I think it's done. It's done by the individual. If an individual is able to
Right.
draw on both energies or archetypes, then they're doing it.
Wouldn't it be the dumb people that would bridge that? It wouldn't be like Satanist and Well, Satan and God's never going to get along. Let's
They're
face that fact.
already bridged
Which
because
Satanist are we
Satanism
talking
is
about?
part of Christian mythology.
Well, hold on real quick.
He's
Hold
not
on.
a pagan
True.
figure.
That
He's a
is
Christian
true. That
figure.
is true.
He
So
Jeff, are
Satan,
you Luciferian or
yeah.
a Satanist?
Satan.
Because
Satan.
So
Luciferian,
Satan.
do as thou wilt, right? Do as thou
Yeah, that
wilt.
shows up in paganism too.
So
Do as
like
thou
that's
wilt.
part, but like that's a big part of Satanism or Luciferian. I don't know what it is. Which
But
one?
it's not freedom without responsibility either. There's
Yeah.
But
Satanism, at least mine, has a moral vision to it.
Yep.
But
That's right.
Satan isn't Satan or Lucifer is actually a fallen angel, so he's still from God.
Well,
So
that's
he's
what
still
the Christians
That-
say.
Well, everything is from God. Now, for me, I'm not sure about Jeff, but for me, it was. I don't like. I know that you can go to heaven and all this. Well, I'm sorry about the way things work in this world, guys, but I don't like it, and I choose otherwise.
and that's your choice. But all I'm trying to say is that without evil, there is no good. So all I'm trying to say is that
Without no
without
good, there's no evil. Yin yang.
exactly
Evil is good.
without Satan, there is no.
Are we going to break into a
love.
South Park song
Without
like "Without
God,
evil there
there's
is no
no
good,
good.
so it must be good"?
That was from
Time.
Eddie Murphy Coming to America.
What I'm trying to say
Where he
is that
does
there's
that preacher.
validity.
Evil
Yeah,
is
you're good.
good.
There's validity. There's validity to Satanism. There's validity to it. There's stock there. But
There's
like
no
I said, it
proof
depends
that-
on. It
I like
depends.
how the way
I'm
he
not
said that.
theistic,
No,
so none of this
I actually like
matters.
the way
Yeah,
he said that. He said there's more stock there. Yeah, I think so.
And
Yeah.
let
I'll be
Chuck-
right back, everyone. Y'all keep
let
chatting.
Chuck-
I'll be back.
let
Yeah,
Chuck-
no
There's no
problem.
proof
So
that
basically,
Lucifer.
without evil, there's no good.
uh,
Good and evil have to fight. Good and evil have to fight no matter
know,
what.
but
That's what's in your soul.
Chuck wanted to
Y'all,
say something.
y'all
I
hurt my
think-
brain sometimes.
Well, he's smoking a cigarette, but what do you want to say, Chuck?
My internet's cutting out. I don't know if I was going to say Lucifer is not Satan.
Right.
Yeah, it's just an idea. Kind of like
No,
Jesus.
Lucifer is the Roman god of Venus, the Roman demigod of Venus. There's a literal Roman
Well,
demigod.
the lightning bolt that struck down from heaven, blah blah blah. I mean, whatever it is.
No,
There's
it is a
lots of-
literal
lots of
demigod of the
lightning
Romans that was a
Yeah, but-
mistranslation
but
in the
it
Bible.
doesn't. But
No,
here-
no,
here's,
what I'm
the,
Talking
here's
about
the
planet
thing, though.
Venus in the
What-
sky. It's not even has anything to do with your
Luciferianism
devil.
means do as thou
if,
wilt.
if I can interrupt, please. It doesn't really matter as long as people, even if they think that it's the name Lucifer, or if they think it's Satan, or if they think it's Nero, or if they think it's whatever. The idea, the mind thing, that's a negative thing is what gets me with people.
Well,
You know,
all I know is all Luciferians I've ever known have been very fucking bad narcissists.
Narcissists?
All I know, I'm just saying.
Hey, I'm being truthful. I may have been a narcissist in my life.
Well, every single person on the planet is a narcissist to some degree.
Well, then why did you just say every single?
Well, I'm saying malignant narcissist, like fucking the motherfucking general Satanist motherfucker. He raped a lot of children. That's all
Whoa.
hearsay. No, you know who I'm talking about, right?
No.
He was in an army base, and he was accused of raping children. Okay, I don't want to say that.
No, I have no idea. No, there's people that look. There's people that take the thing way too far. Just wait, hold on a minute. Wait, hold on. Let me ask you something. Let me compare something to you. Okay.
All right. Do you know the Church of Sex?
Now you're going with some guy, some weirdo that claimed to be a Satanist. Okay, but he claimed to be a Satanist and he raped children. Well, what about well, we always hear about Catholics doing it.
Yes, I know that. I know. Dude, I'm not in a fucking argument about that. Catholics are fucking crazy. Okay, they like to rape
Christian.
children. So are Satanists, just like. there were a lot of accusations.
Yeah,
To
and there's Satanists that go and they go out in the woods and they sacrifice cats. I don't do that.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the guy with fucking eyebrows that look like horns, dude.
I did
And
step
it's
away
You know
for a
what?
few minutes. I'm not sure what I walked into.
Oh, he walked into a guy that just blamed some general or something that he was like raping kids or something, and then I proved back that Catholics.
No,
Hold
wait a
on,
minute.
Catholics
Anywhere
are
adults have access to kids, that can happen.
yeah.
Scouts,
Catholics are worth. Let's just say it like that.
Yeah,
What
I
are we?
know.
What,
I know that myself.
you
Man.
know? You
Fucking
know?
I
Why did you
I
bring that
know
up
the
then? That's weird.
Pentecostals, Catholics, Pentecostals, all of them. They're all the same fucking cloth. But
No, they're
you know,
not.
there was
Take
They
a
care,
don't do
Keith.
that.
I feel like we moved away from the immigration conversation.
Let's
who
pull it
was
back.
the,
Oh, I wasn't here for that. What's up with that?
Yeah, we did a while back.
no.
Yeah.
Let's pull it back. I think the biggest problem with the Catholic Church is that with these, basically men can't have relations with anybody, and I think that does change to perversion, and that's why I was baptized Roman Catholic. I was Sicilian, and I converted to Christianity because I don't know. Hear me out. I don't believe in that craziness.
Why
Now,
does he yell like random Simpson shit out?
is Christianity now? People always say, "Is Christianity and Catholicism the same thing?" I don't think it is. I think it's different. We both believe in God and Jesus,
No,
but we don't.
like Christianity wants the love.
Stop talking. He's talking. Be quiet.
No, I'm trying to explain to him.
It's all right. So hear me out. Christians don't believe in.
They believe in Jesus.
We don't
Jesus
believe
Christ,
in
dude.
confession. We don't believe in confession. We don't believe in you can wash your sins by saying I'm sorry to some dude behind a shade.
Because Jesus did that.
Stop interrupting him. Let him. Hey, look. The whole point of having a
Let them fight it
conversation
out.
is whenever fucking two people.
Oh, shut the fuck up,
Busker.
So
let him talk first,
it's okay.
and then you talk.
Shut the fuck up, man. I'm trying to let him talk, but you keep talking.
That's okay.
Okay, this is not going to work. I'm not going to be able to have all three of you on at the same time. If this is how it's going to
All right.
go.
Do I have to go? Do I have to go, man?
No, just let Mike talk and then say your piece after that.
All right. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So being Italian, especially Sicilian or Roman Catholic, you basically are born into the Roman Catholic religion. And all I'm trying to say is that I was baptized, and I just believe that it's not okay to do these horrendous things and then just say I'm sorry for some dude behind the shade, and it's all abolished. I don't believe that that's how it works. So all I'm trying to say is that I believe God makes you, work for washing your sins away. I believe that people do horrible things, but if their heart is in the right place, then they go to heaven. I do believe that. That's just what I believe. It's just my opinion, allegedly my opinion. But I converted from Roman Catholic to Christianity. Now people say it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. Because
actually, Christianity wants to live. Look, I was in the Pentecostal church.
Okay.
So
if I can, no, it's okay.
They acted like if you don't believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you're gonna burn in hell. But forget about the top dog being God. Forget about all that. Yeah, so I don't believe in any of it.
So what do you believe in? So Bmar, what do you believe in? Do you believe in
I believe that there is a higher power, the leader of the pack. And that's what I believe.
So is it a wolf or is it God?
No,
what is it?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's a dolphin.
If
It's a fucking dolphin.
You call it God.
Be more in your heart. Do you believe that there's a higher power that guides you?
I was just saying that, Dick.
Oh, you don't have to call me a dick. I'm just asking you a question.
Busker, you seem very frustrated tonight. Is there something going on?
Well, he keeps yelling at me like I'm not answering the fucking
because
question.
you're interrupting him, sir.
What?
You are interrupting
I'm
him.
not interrupting anybody. I told
You
him
just
what I
did.
believe.
Ziggy, I got this. Busker, you just seem very passionate tonight.
Yeah, so do
So,
you,
yeah.
man.
So,
You do
so
every
Buster.
single day. You do
So
every single
Buster.
day, Jeff.
Right.
Yes, I
Right.
know
So
that, but this is out of character for you.
Well,
That's
that's the
my
way I
norm.
feel right now, and that's the way I've known life. I've been in a Pentecostal church where everybody was all so fine and proper with their goddamn suits and fucking goddamn $1,000 dresses.
yeah. So Busker, let me ask you a question. If I can
What?
ask you, just me and you, just me and Busker, just real quick, just me and Busker.
Yeah.
So no, I'm just asking. So
No,
what
go
do
ahead.
you what no, I'm asking you, what do you want out
Just-
of life? Like, do you want like a higher power? Do you want to be on your own? I'm just asking you a question.
Well,
like,
I have multiple sclerosis, so I really don't expect anything at all. Do you understand this? And I have it worse than you could ever know. Do
Damn.
you understand that?
I do. I've had 3 major knee
Nobody knows.
surgeries. I've had neck surgery, and I still go, and I'm still
Oh God,
positive.
neck surgery. Oh my God,
I'm
you
just,
can still
yeah, I'm
stand
just,
up and play
Tommy,
tennis.
what's up?
What's up, Jeff?
Tommy.
God.
I wasn't.
Salute, guys.
I wasn't expecting MS. I was thinking that he was mad over like the votes. Like he was like.
I'm not mad
because-
over anything. I'm just like,
Whoa.
Well, you
It's getting
I
heated.
have MS. That's the
I had to
reality.
throw it in there. Sorry.
I have it so bad.
Busker, have you been drinking tonight or
The
doing
whole
anything?
thing is that-
Your communication style is very different today than it normally is.
Well,
the whole-
Jeff.
I came in and threw my energy over onto Busker.
Oh God, I'm
Yeah, you're
wrong,
so
Busker?
calm now.
Jeff,
Yeah,
I
Busker.
consider them
Busker,
huge.
every time you ever come on panel,
I think
you've been
Busker's
chill.
the lightning rod right
You've
now
been
for the
chill,
energy.
dude. You've
Right, I
been
feel
chill.
calm right now.
Busker, if you're having a tough day, it's all good. We love you, bro. We love you.
Dude,
You've
I've
been
had
on
a fucking
Yeah, we love you.
infusion, right?
I think Oscar was. He's worried about the votes, like the outcome of the votes tomorrow.
8 fucking a.m. in the morning. I had an infusion for multiple sclerosis drug that does nothing.
Are you drunk?
Listen, listen, everybody
Whoa.
listening. I think Busker's frustrated, and he has every right to. Brother, I'm sorry you're going through this. We love you.
Yeah.
You've always been up
Real
here,
man,
and
yeah.
you've always been chill. You've always been cool, and I'm sorry that you're having a rough time. And that's from all the brothers.
Fine, dude. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Buster.
I'm really tired.
Tommy,
Yeah.
what's up?
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, Busker. You're good, man. But I mean,
I just want to make sure you're okay, and you're gonna be okay.
You're good. You're good, bro. You're good. Because we love you, bro. We love you.
drink at
We've had
least that.
awesome conversations.
I got
Awesome conversations. with you.
Okay, you want to go do that? Tommy, what's up with you?
Hey, man, living. I'm living the dream.
I love your background. Are you at your house?
Yeah, this is my basement.
Oh, I love that background. I love that paneling.
I'm actually refinishing it, in the process of refinishing it. So
Wow.
I'm putting up new.
Yeah, hands on. I like that, man. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
Can you pause real quick? Pause real quick.
Pause
Busker,
what?
dude, Busker, you're an
No,
awesome
let
dude.
Mike leave him alone. He's not even at the
I'm
computer.
just
He's
saying,
going.
just hear me out, Busker. We
Just,
love you,
no,
bro.
just take my
He's not
guidance
there.
and just for right now, just let's shift on to Tommy.
Yeah, he's using the bathroom.
Yeah, he's not even at the screen.
Yeah, man, I'm
Okay.
excited for see what happens tomorrow.
Did you vote or are you voting tomorrow?
Yeah, I got my
You did-
votes in early. I did it through the mail. I didn't go. I'm not going there. I did it through the mail.
Is okay. Who all is voting tomorrow? Animated, you vote in person, right?
Yeah, I'm going to
I'm
tomorrow.
voting. Yep.
I live like
You're
right
voting
next door to where I
okay.
vote, so
Okay.
Some of you guys don't like the mail-in thing. You don't trust it.
There's a lot of people in the panelverse not voting this year, or not even not this year.
usually
Some
vote
of them
early
just
in
have
person,
that's-
actually.
they just don't vote. Period. So it's.
I
not
don't
even
get the not voting thing, man. Like you're gonna
Mail-in
talk
is
all about
corrupt.
politics, but then not vote.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, they don't get to bitch. At least not to me.
It's like talking crap and not fighting. You know, it's like you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, I'm gonna beat your tail, but then they don't fight. Yeah, that's like the voting paradigm. Yeah,
They're
everybody
all
vote.
man. There's already claims of fraud all over the place. I
Yeah,
mean,
we're
Oh,
it's
gonna have
crazy.
like probably at least a week of that.
Even in
There's
my state,
already there's
Pennsylvania,
100 lawsuits already filed.
Claims being the operative word.
dude, that's insane, bro.
Actual law? How can they have actual lawsuits already?
Because they were planning to do it
Over
regardless.
these
Oh, they
mail-in
had them like
ballots.
all prepared and ready to go.
So Effigy, are
Oh,
you a
it's over these
Kamala?
mail-in ballots.
Absolutely.
What does that mean, Mike?
What the hell is that, Mike? Is he crying?
Kamala's a
No,
legitimate candidate.
yeah,
I
okay,
mean, I'm
Jeff.
No,
not
she
impressed by
isn't.
it. I'm
I
not
don't know.
voting for her, but people
Uh-huh.
have the
Go,
right
keep
to
laughing.
choose her.
They
Keep
did.
laughing.
Nobody
as-
voted her in. Nobody
Yeah,
voted for her to run for
Well,
that
however she
job.
got on the ballot, she's the official candidate, and so
Holy
it's a
shit, dude.
legitimate vote. Don't shame anybody for their vote. We all have the right
I'm not
to our
shaming.
vote.
I'm not vote shaming. I'm just Kamala's a moron, complete moron.
Well, yeah, but they say that about Trump.
yeah. I mean, I don't know about a complete moron, but as far as president,
Pretty close. Yeah, pretty close.
Sure,
yeah,
guys. Yeah.
it's hard to tell.
I guess you guys are the high bar, right?
Well,
A little
that's
nervous
subjective. Like
about what's
if
gonna
you're
happen.
if you're evaluating somebody on their personality or how good or bad, that's subjective. There's not going to be any objective criteria we could use for that. So it's no point even getting into that argument.
Shit. So do you see Trump winning, or do you see Kamala winning? What do you in your heart of hearts? What do you think?
Trump. I think Trump's gonna win personally.
I'm not
I say
optimistic.
I say Trump. I say Trump.
And Effigy, Louisiana's going to go Trump anyway, right? You think?
Yeah, yeah, regardless.
Mike, how
Louisiana's
can
gonna
he
go
not
Trump.
win?
Are there
Mike?
local races that you have a
Um,
chance to influence?
Yeah,
How
I mean
can he
that's
not
mainly
win?
when I vote in presidential elections. It's mainly for local stuff because I know that even if I vote blue, Louisiana is almost always going to go red unless it's a really big kind of swing year.
Because Mike Lee he's not up yet.
Like
Who's that?
how
No, wait.
how
The
does he
reps
lose?
do it. The reps go every year, right? Every election.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's up too.
You talking about the House of Representatives?
Yeah.
That's every 2 years.
Who's
So
gonna
he'll
be
be on the
Gotcha.
ballot.
Who's gonna be a new speaker? Dude.
Depends on who gets
Well,
Congress.
yeah. We had this conversation before. It's an elected position, right? He can't the president's not appointing a speaker. It has to be elected,
no.
right?
Do you guys think Vivek or Swami, whatever his name is, would be the best speaker?
Is he even on the ballot?
No.
Isn't he a Democrat,
There's a
Mike,
lot of people that don't understand like how this goes.
or
Yeah,
Republican?
right.
He's a Democrat, but
You don't
he's-
have to even. You don't even have
he's
to
not a
be in the
Democrat.
House. To
He
be
was a
voted
candidate for the
Speaker.
Republican Party nomination.
Well, he kept going back and forth. He kept going.
He
Well,
could-
he's this year at least he's on the R side.
He's on the R side this year. Is he really?
Yeah, he ran for he
Yeah.
was running to be
Oh,
the
wow.
candidate for president for the Republican nomination.
Oh, dude,
Yeah, but he wasn't gonna get that.
Dude, he's amazing. You hear him talk?
I'm not impressed by it.
charisma-
Yeah, I don't really know a lot about him. You know,
I used to follow him on Twitter, and I liked his writing, his tweets. But then when I heard him speak, he just something about his personality comes across.
He
as
sounds
so
like a
phony.
salesman.
I
Yeah,
Like a
agree.
it's
salesman, yeah.
very salesman.
salesman
But
like.
I
how
don't
great-
I don't trust him
did
when
you
I
guys-
hear him speak.
Yeah, I don't trust.
But I
Did you
think
guys
he's
see-
brilliant when he writes tweets.
Did you guys see Did you guys see the Walls thing with the SNL with fucking Gaffigan? That was
Mm-mm.
pretty good.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jim Gaffigan.
dude, look it up. Look it up.
But how
It's
great?
pretty-
How great is Tulsi Gabbard? How great is she?
I'm
She-
not that impressed.
Fucking
What do you
amazing.
mean? How great? She's not that great. She
I don't
lost.
know anything about her. Really?
Oh my god, dude, she's a major in
and
the only.
I'm not in awe of any politician to that
Yeah,
level.
she's from
Yeah, I'm not
Hawaii.
really
Yeah, I
either.
don't-
Yeah.
I don't treat politicians like celebrities that I have to know. I
You
only
gotta-
care about
you gotta
policy.
listen to her
No,
speak.
no.
Dude, she's amazing. She's captivating. She really is. Yeah, but it's up to you guys. I mean, it's everyone's opinion. You know how they judge people.
Ah,
That's
shit.
what it is.
I think
I
I'm losing
recall
all
she also said
servers
she would
again.
never support Trump after the things he said about her, and then she ended up doing it
Of course.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's what I don't go. But people take rhetoric like it's I can contextualize people's rhetoric. I don't pay attention to he said this, they said this. Oh, there's a clip of him saying that. None of that. I don't know. None of that shit's gonna translate into politics. There's no way to draw a direct line between what comes out of somebody's mouth, especially with politicians, and actual policy that ends up coming out of Congress.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
People put way too much emphasis on rhetoric and not enough on
So
actual votes. That's the action that you evaluate is the votes.
in our lifetime, do you gentlemen think this is the most important election in our lifetime? Do you think that?
No, every election is the most important. Every year,
Right,
every
yeah.
4 years, it's the most important. I would almost say that 2020 was more important than I realized as far as the stuff that's important to me. Because if I had known about this DEI crap then, I would have campaigned more vociferously against Biden and not voted for him. So I feel like I missed my big opportunity. That this election is just going to be more of that.
Gotcha.
So there's no way, none of these conversations is it possible to objectively come to a conclusion about that.
Gotcha. It's great to talk about it. It's great to actually conversate.
It's
Conversate
good
about
content. Yeah, y'all keep talking. I'll keep it going for a
it. The whole thing. The whole
while.
thing.
There's
I
enough
think
people.
with Trump, I think Trump is imperfect person.
Oh yeah,
I'm
take
not-
care, Ziggy. Thanks for coming up.
I don't think he's a perfect person. I think he's imperfect, but I think he will help lower inflation and costs of everything. I mean, that's all I'm.
How do
trying
you
to
think
say.
he's going to do
Inflation's
that? Does he
down. Why do we need
does he
inflation
even
lowered?
have the power to do that?
No shit. But I think being a businessman, he'll be able to do tariffs and he'll be able to negotiate with.
Tariffs would
you know,
raise inflation. What? You just spoke out of both sides of your mouth.
Right. Well, I didn't finish what I was saying, but that's okay. But I think that he'll be able to negotiate to how to get better deals and tariffs and things like that. Because Trump's not afraid to put
But
restrictions.
who's he going to
on it.
negotiate with that's causing the inflation?
I think the biggest thing is that we have so much reserves in America, but I think that Saudi Arabia is really kind of jacking the prices up on oil. But it's,
So he's going to make a deal with the Saudis.
We've got it.
and
Like
get oil
inflation's
down.
not a thing anymore, guys. We've tamped it down like around 4 to 3%. We're pushing it back down to the target of 2. You never get rid of inflation. A growing economy always has inflation. It's part of the growing economy.
So inflation's not real, but $6 eggs is not real.
Do you not understand what the inflation rate is? You do understand that those prices do not go back down if you lower the inflation rate, right? It is the rate of inflation.
Right. People
over
are
time.
wanting prices to go down, and they're living in a fantasy. No politician is going to lower your egg prices.
You
the
do get that.
prices
You
are
get-
where they are.
Get
The goal is
deflation.
to keep them from spiking too rapidly in the future.
To get deflation.
We're not
you- yeah,
reversing
well, Mike,
prices to
get
pre-COVID
deflation,
levels.
you have to
That's
have
an
a crashing
unrealistic
economy.
fantasy. If anybody is thinking that their
It's-
vote is going to make that happen.
Right. I got you.
Right. That's the entire point. Like this is why 2% is a target inflation rate, because for the economy to be growing, you will always have an inflating currency because you are expanding your economy. Like that's just how it works.
Gotcha.
That
So to lower prices,
production
you
needs
would
to
be asking for an economic crash. That's the only
keep
way to lower
pace with
prices.
that.
Or
But
to go after the people
if
who are
you're
price
struggling financially at these prices, you need to find a way to get more income into your life or reduce your spending. Those are the two options.
Hmm.
But no politician is going to come and restore you to 5 years ago.
Gotcha.
Get ready for toilet paper shortages, everybody. If I'm just joking. You remember the toilet paper?
During COVID.
People were taking like leaves off of trees and wiping their ass with it.
No way.
That was crazy.
Yo, so when I was working in carpet cleaning and restoration, right? And I was working in hotels, and people got caught and got fired for stealing toilet paper.
Appreciate that, T-Ballis.
Oh, Jesus.
No, that's one of my big triggers is that people genuinely talk about inflation all the freaking time, and they have no concept of what it actually is, how it's actually changed, or what it does, or like what the rate is. How does the Fed change it? Well, no, you just proved that, Mike. You just literally proved
No,
that.
no,
So,
no. So do you work in the financial market? Do you work in the financial sector?
well, apparently I'm your financial professor today, buddy.
I'm just asking you if you work in the financial market. I'm just asking.
He's
No.
like,
I'm just asking a
Not,
question.
not at
Yeah.
all, my man. That's the sad part. Is I'm just Joe
bruh.
Schmo, and I know this
Financially,
stuff.
I'm actually great. I'm great financially, but I don't know if you work in that market.
He's got a large 401k, just so you know.
Yeah, I do.
Cool.
Shout out to
Yeah,
that,
when
man.
you
401k
start
took a
seeing,
hit, man. I'll tell you.
yeah, when you start, well, the thing is, the biggest thing with me is that at 19, in my 20s, I flipped it to physical gold, and that's when it really tripled. So that's when it really, really
See, I
made
have the
money.
people like the guy that the company that does our 401k, they like invest it, so I don't really have a
Yeah,
choice.
yeah.
Like I didn't know I could just choose to put that into
You
if I
could,
wanted
yeah.
to.
Do you still? Can you still choose?
Well, I
If
probably
you want, or
can if
now
I
it's
didn't.
stuck in there.
I just let them do it. I mean, I put money into it every paycheck, and then my boss matches it, and then the company that does the 401k, they have financial advisors that invest all the funds.
So, Mike, I'm guessing since it was 19, since you couldn't make all that money in a year, that you just inherited some money.
No, I've always been a really good earner.
Tommy,
He's
you
an
should
earner.
talk
He's
to
a good
Joe.
earner.
He might have some ideas
Yeah, so
on how
effigy
you
at
can improve
19,
your
at 19 years old, I was
investment
making
outcomes.
in the 40s at 19, and that's what 30 years ago. So I've always been very successful. So that's just me, and then I've got up to
Nice.
6 figures
Police
over
officers
15 years.
start at 40,
Yeah,
don't they?
yeah.
Like around
But
40, at least the suburb
it's
ones. So.
it compounds. So when I flipped my 401k, gold was like 650 an ounce, and now gold is what? Oh, 2,800 ounce.
Wow.
So it's quadrupled.
I mean, well,
But Effigy,
hats
that's
off
cool.
to
That's
you
cool.
for doing that well and getting this far without ever knowing what
That's
inflation
cool.
is.
That's cool. Yeah. And it was because of my father. My father said you need to get a 401k, you need to flip it, you need to do all this stuff, and it worked. It worked out great. It worked out fantastic.
I knew none of that when I was 19. I'm from down here in the swamp. So
I didn't know either.
I didn't know any of
they
that.
didn't teach us that in Louisiana.
You're good.
Yeah, I don't know a
I
lot
still
about
don't know it.
stocks.
I'm learning it from Joe, probably for the first time in my life.
But you would think gold will always I mean that's a pretty solid. I mean gold, it's a pretty solid
Gold
investment.
keeps it steady, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't outpace
It
inflation.
increases.
That's where investment comes in.
Oh,
When I
okay.
bought, when I
Like
flipped it
Walmart
into-
stock is going to appreciate in value. Gold's just gonna be a buffer against the current inflation.
But Jeff, when I flipped it into physical gold, it was about $625 an ounce, and now it's $2,800 an ounce. $2,800 when it was $600. So the money that you put in has appreciated, and now it's quadrupled. So
Wow,
now you
but
have-
2,800
stocks
an
do even
ounce?
better than
A
that.
lot.
Yeah. So you went
If you
from
find the right
That's
having,
because of
company.
inflation, right,
Yeah, I was
Mike?
about
Isn't
to-
that because of
was just-
inflation?
You beat me
it's a
to it,
hedge
Tom.
against the dollar. So you went from having $80,000, $90,000 to having $500,000 because it's
That's from
quadrupled.
inflation, and that
Yeah.
inflation helped Mike in that case, right?
Well, not all of it. Not all of it's inflation.
Well-
a lot of it is value scarcity, all that other kind of stuff that commodities do. But a lot of that price change is
It
definitely
went up because of
inflation.
inflation. Yeah, so
You-
and
you
he
remember-
gained money
you
because of
remember-
inflation, which is weird.
Tommy,
You know?
do you remember like on streams I would show gold coins?
Okay, I
Like,
see you in the back. I'm
Yeah, I
not
remember
sure who
the
you are. We have a
Roosters,
guy
right?
named Jeremy. Can you put your channel or tell me a little bit about yourself, and then I'll
I remember seeing the Roosters, Mike.
bring you on.
Yeah. Those roosters are worth of those were from 1906, 1907. They're worth a fortune, dude.
I don't know a lot about coins.
Yeah, they're worth a fortune. I sold a few of them. They were worth a lot. They're worth like $1,000 a piece.
You know, they have an app where you can check like your change and like it tells you if it's worth,
Yeah.
money and stuff like that.
Anything before 64 is 3/4 silver. So you want to save it and take it to the bank.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean even the pennies,
Those
like there's
64 quarters.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
copper in the older pennies or something.
Yeah, Joe went over this the other day. Gold will hold steady, but stocks are going to appreciate. Like they compound wealth, and so
Well,
stocks
yes,
are
yes,
the
and
according to Joe, stock like finding a good stock is where you want to put your money because it's going to
Right.
continually appreciate over time.
Yeah.
Jeff,
I
if you
don't.
have money
Yeah.
and you put it in
Okay,
precious
well you're
metal,
definitely not coming up with that.
sorry.
Goodbye. We got some trolls trying to come on.
Be careful, Jeff.
All right, go ahead.
What a
No, I'm saying.
dickhead.
All I was going to say, Tom,
What
sorry,
an
Tom,
asshole.
if you have just like
Let me up,
just
faggot.
like
Yeah. What
It
a
might
fucking.
get you in certain places, but it's not going to get you on this panel.
Fucking
you should let him
asshole,
up
bro.
just so he can gay bash you. You should do it.
What the
I
fuck?
don't. Maybe he wanted to date me. You never know.
Hey,
Who
what's
knows?
up? I like the antlers, but but precious
I
metal.
can't tell if they're hitting on me or gay bashing me.
But yeah, they're gay
Yeah.
bashing you. Yeah. Like, you son of a bitch, and they'll like scratch your eyes out. Why? Let me ask you a question, guys. Why are people so catty? They're like so pissy. Like, this is YouTube. Like, it's not a big
I think it's because it's YouTube.
It's been getting.
In fact,
worse,
remember we looked
though,
at it
seems
yesterday.
like.
The reason people troll, it's the same reason people are bitchy and catty and pissy on YouTube.
Yeah, but
Part
I've
of
been
it's the
seeing some
anonymity,
real
I think.
hateful stuff, bro. Like I've been seeing some real downright nasty stuff
On
some of these
in the streets.
on some of the on some of these chats. Like some of these sock accounts are like unbelievable.
Did you put a K? Did you say screets?
No, yeah, that's what they're called. The YouTube streets.
These YouTube streets.
The streets.
No, screets. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but
What kind of stuff have you
it's
been seeing, Tommy?
Oh man, people
You talking about the drama community? Like,
yeah, just the crap.
yeah.
You know what it is. They're just nasty people. Some
I
people
think
are real
so,
nasty
too,
out
but-
there. You know, I like to troll, but light. I like light. I don't like to go dark like that.
Yeah. You know,
So
I'm a really good troll. I am, and Tommy is too. And like
Tommy's
it's
a
funny,
troll?
I can troll.
He can troll. He can troll.
I could flip
You
it
know,
though. I
Tommy
could have
can
a
troll.
conversation.
We have.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
never mind.
Yeah,
I
he
keep
can
leaving.
troll. If he feels like it. If he like this with me, like when we have a conversation, I'm not trolling. But like if I want to flip it to a troll, you flip a switch and you start trolling. You know, and that's the thing. You have to almost govern yourself. Does that make sense, Tom? You have to like govern yourself. You can't like let yourself get away.
When do you determine when to troll and not to troll? What flips the switch?
Good question. So with me and Tom, you take this after me. With me, it's when someone's going too low, when someone is being super disrespectful, and then
So it's kind of just your
belligerent.
Yeah.
Hey, Axis.
Axis.
Hello, Jeff.
Did
How
you
the
do your
fucking
ritual?
hell and Satan are you? Yes, I did.
What the hell?
And I got results immediately.
Okay. Real quick, we have King TL in the back. Does anybody know King TL? And King, you're new here, so just
Bring him
drop
up.
your channel or tell me a little bit about yourself so I can
Put
figure
up
out
a
whether
barrier and see what's up.
we're trying to weed out the trolls.
Not sure who that is.
Okay.
Boy,
There's like 3 or 4
king.
trolls that
What
keep
more
coming
do you
up and
need?
cursing out in the back. I don't know what's drawing that. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, what's
Jeff,
up with all
Jeff,
the
They look
cursing,
professional.
y'all?
They have like
Chill.
professional setups and mics and everything, and they're all on cam. And they come and they like write nasty things in the chat. So I don't know. It's not like they're legitimately trying to get on.
They spurg in the.
Who could go wrong?
Like, hey,
Who
Jeff,
could go
look at my
wrong
microphone.
with King and their
Come on,
name?
F you, Jeff. F you, Jeff, but look at my microphone.
Yeah. And then I had a porn bomb one time that had a fancy setup, but it was a video playing, and then they porn bomb when they get on.
Yeah, they
those are
might be
porn bomb.
porn
Why am I
bombers, yeah.
attracting? I've had four of those in the last 2 minutes. Like, why all of a sudden are they flocking to this channel?
Just
Jeff,
always use that
I'm the
banner,
fifth.
Jeff. That's all, man.
Jeff,
You'll be
it's
alright.
all me.
Was it
I'm
your ritual? Did it? Did you call up demons?
I'm all.
Yes,
I'm
the
all
fifth.
to blame. They hate me. They hate me, Jeff.
Yo, Ricardo, what up,
Mike,
bro?
I'm curious, man. Out of just extreme curiosity, from a heterosexual satanic point of view, are you carrying more than 8 inches?
Well, you could
What?
apparently you can look it
Because
up for yourself.
Whoa.
your oral, your ability, your ability to become an oral proctologist exceeds that of all I've ever seen. So I'm thinking 12 inches at least.
Oh, is he given BDE?
Actually, are you asking? Are you asking my PP size? Is what you're asking?
Well, if I'm going to masturbate to something, I need to have something in my head to masturbate to.
Yo, dude, yo.
He really
Born for
did do a
that.
satanic ritual.
You goddamn right I did. And each and every one of you, no matter what
That's
your
where Satan led
folly,
you.
comment, or disillusionment with the reality that you're in, you're all meaningless in the grand scheme of things.
Well,
You mean
so actually,
Weirdo.
no,
to God or Satan.
This is gonna be clipped, dude. So this is gonna be clipped. So,
Probably.
Axis, do you find me really?
Well, I want to make sure I can fit it in my fucking mouth, man. You know, I hate getting choked and fucking throat bruised.
Whoa,
Tommy,
bro,
Tommy,
whoa.
take the wheel. Tommy, take the wheel.
Come on, man. I'm talking
Yeah,
to
Tommy,
you, Mike.
you were about to tell us what when you troll, like what
Oh, I
triggers
just,
you to troll.
when I know someone's lying about something, or I heard him say something, or if they come at me, I'll come back at them. I usually don't start shit with people, or I'll troll in light ways, where it's just fun to
Yeah.
laugh.
Yeah,
Try
I
not to
think
take
You
it
sound
we
like you have
all
a
have
small
trolling.
penis.
Yeah.
You sound like you have a very small penis.
Axis,
I don't think I would be
tell
concerned
me about
This
this
kid is
ritual.
with being
wild,
This is
throat
what
bruised.
like, what is the deal?
is this
Like,
the
why is he all about
aftermath of the ritual?
sex? Like, what the
You know,
fuck?
well, see, and since I have blood leaking from my chest, my hands, and my anus,
Dude,
Okay, Axis, I
why?
might have I'm more. I got to look out for my channel. I can't get too.
Yeah.
It can't draw the YouTube
okay,
censors.
I'll stop. I'll
Okay.
stop. I'll
Holy
stop.
shit,
I'll
dude.
calm down.
Yeah,
Axis,
oh,
what are you doing?
calm.
Dude, bro, what are you on to? Dude, you're supposed
He
to
just
open the fuck
he's
out.
coming off of a ritual.
I don't
Oh
know, dude.
my
It's like
I
he's
am,
talking about
This is
people
raw.
and
You're
shit.
seeing raw Satanism at work.
I am the
Equal amount
bastard
of
son of
energy.
God.
Equal
What's
amount of
that?
blueberries.
I am the bastard son of God, the child spawn of Satan. Thank you.
God didn't
Okay,
have a
Axis.
bastard son, though.
Me?
God only had one son, and
One son, Jesus Christ.
Well,
Satan
then
was
who was
a
his
fallen
wife?
angel. He was a
This is
fallen
Jesus Christ
angel.
right here. Axis, this is Jesus
I'm
Christ.
sorry. Did he
You mean the
procreate
devil?
to
Like, you
get
might be
that
the son
son?
of the devil. Yeah, you're talking about
Yes.
the Antichrist. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, introduce me to
You're
God's
Damien.
wife and then we'll talk.
You're
Jesus,
Damien.
You know, but as far as I know,
it's okay. Axis, Jesus
God did
died for
not
you.
have a wife.
Jesus died
The
for you, Axis.
Shekinah.
Check your
Jesus
scalp
died
for
for you.
sixes.
Jesus died for
Jesus,
You're
Like in the
Damien.
Omen.
I always wondered if that was true, Jet. Like, if
That
that,
was a scary movie growing up.
Oh, dude, I love that. I
Little
love those
demon
movies.
children.
The Omen was a
Jesus,
great series, bro. I
Oh,
love that
Children of the
series.
Corn, Children of the Corn. That was the
Oh,
scariest
dude, that
shit.
was great too. That was
I never
Stephen
saw that
King,
one.
I think. Oh no, that Stephen King was Pet
yeah.
Cemetery.
Oh,
And Jesus
remember
died
Or-
for his own ego.
remember the little kid Gage? He's like, "Are you playing them games?" And he like kills the guy, and the guy he kills is actually Fred Munster for the Munster family.
Oh
You
yeah, that's
still,
right. Yep,
Did they
I
ever
remember.
remake that one?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they did. It was horrible. It was horrible. But the original Pet Cemetery, Gage, you up there playing them games? A little kid
They're never as good,
comes
bro.
down. He like, remember when he cuts his Achilles?
Oh,
Oh,
dude.
Yeah. Original Pet Cemetery is awesome.
Yeah,
he
the
cuts his
original.
I
Oh
Achilles.
yeah,
would,
bro.
I would do that for you, Mike.
That's a fucking
But that's
classic, bro.
I would hobble you just to be able to
Stephen
get to
King
you.
movies are awesome,
Do
bro.
you not? Do you have an issue with Mike?
No, I love Mike.
No, I don't
As
think
a matter of
I
fact,
think
that's
he's
why I
just
want to
dropped
know
off. Yeah.
why the size of his member is, so
Okay.
that I don't bruise the back of my throat because I'm coming to meet him.
Okay. Wow.
Well,
Ninja, take care. Yeah, definitely
He
be
said,
out
"I'm
tomorrow.
coming to meet you." What the hell?
Access, real quick. I have no problem with anybody of a different lifestyle, but I'm not gay. I'm not a gay man, but I have no problem
I
that
don't
if
care whether
you.
you are or not. You will be when I'm through.
Whoa. Whoa.
Right. Access, real quick.
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't even
not.
know y'all knew each other. How did you get on Axis's
I
radar?
don't know what's going on.
I don't either. This is an
Oh,
entertainment
come
channel. I
on.
hope everybody is enjoying this bit.
Yeah.
Real quick, Jeff, Access, and this is, I love you, bro. I love you. I always had great conversation.
I
But
know you do. That's why I'm
no,
offering myself to you and willing to sexually gratify you in any way.
right. Access,
Well,
try to put your
maybe
little.
y'all could take it off
It's
stream. Are you in
okay.
Discord?
It's okay. But Access,
I
try
do
to
want to
put
do
your little.
panel dating at some point, but it's not quite what I had in
But
mind.
Hey,
Access, try
I'm
to.
Panel
being
speed
tame.
dating, Jeff. Like speed
I'm
dating.
being tame.
It's okay.
Yes,
Access, try
yes,
to put
Mike.
your little.
Please.
No, hear me out. Try to put your little peepee in a
Yes.
man who's your size and see what happens. I'm
Who's
just
to
saying.
say I have a pee-pee? I gotta know
Okay,
where a clit used
we're
to
moving
be.
on. We're changing topics. Back to immigration or
What do you think
maybe
of the
not
state
even
of the world,
trans. Let's stay
Axis?
away from that for a little while.
What, you don't want to hear
Too
about Red Blood's
adjacent.
mangina?
Yeah. What do you think about the state of the world? What to do?
Listen, tiny raccoon.
Ah,
Yeah, chill out.
yes, yes, Mike. I
You
will
seem
obey your
really,
every command.
you seem really excited.
I
You
am
seem like
submissive to your word. Guide me.
So are you in love with me? Are you in love with me, Axis? Are you in love with me?
Not particularly, but it seems like you might be available at some point in time in a dark alley or maybe in some unseen street or unlit walkway. Yeah, sure.
So you're saying that you want me sexually. You want me, is what you're saying.
No, you're just another nut to me, but we can go on from
Okay, we're
there. I mean,
moving
once I've
on
had you, it's
from this
over.
topic. I'm going to start taking people off the panel. We're talking about
It's all good.
immigration, asylum.
So
Immigration now? Okay.
Oh,
We can talk about it.
child trafficking. I love it. Let's talk child trafficking.
Axis.
Yeah.
Child
I don't know
trafficking.
what's going on here,
What
but
the hell?
not
Dude,
tonight.
He's
I
not
need my
always like
channel
that.
back.
Is he?
Do you guys think that if Trump gets in, immigration is going to stop? Is he going to close
Oh,
the border?
dude. I think he's
I don't
gonna.
think immigration's ever going to stop.
It's never gonna stop, but it'll slow down.
Yeah.
But the thing is Venezuelan people are really like in a need to get out.
Yeah.
So there's some people that need to come, but you're right. There's a process. They got to come.
And we're not the only country they can go to, right?
No, there's other nearby countries. There's more countries that they're going to, but we're also one of them.
But Tommy, I know some people from Venezuela, and they're awesome people. And I know people from Colombia; they're awesome people.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is they have to be vetted. You have to make sure they're not criminals. They're not, murderers and stuff like that.
That's true.
But with the current administration, just hear me out, guys. With the current administration, they're letting everybody through without vetting.
They're not vetting anybody, and there's a lot of gang members.
That's complete bullshit. That's complete and utter bullshit.
No, it's complete truth.
What do you mean, bro?
Well, we have the internet. You can all look up your fact and show us your evidence.
Look, there are rules to the asylums. Asylum laws are statutory. You have to follow them. When people come into the country, you have to bring them in for something because they're supposed to go into the line to reach the asylum judges, right? The reason that so many people are in the country is because there is such a backlog and we do not have the amount of judges to get them through.
Then why are we letting them in?
Because it's the law. When people claim asylum, you see, there's this little thing that was called World War II, and all the major countries of the world decided after World War II that, hey, not letting people seek asylum because they said they were going to get killed by a bunch of people in a different country was probably a bad idea. So all the collective good countries of the world decided that we would all change our asylum laws to let people come in when they were fleeing from.
Okay, they have to show that they've suffered persecution.
Yes. Most I think it's
race, religion, nationality,
like
political opinion, or particular social group. There's 5 categories.
They used to have camps they put them in. They would house them in these camps.
And even if they meet the criteria, there's some
while they were waiting.
statute that bars some asylum seekers from seeking asylum. They fall into two categories: limitations on the ability to apply and limitations on the ability to be granted. The majority of asylum claims fail or are rejected. Denial rates have grown to a peak of 71% since 2020, although they fell to 63 in 2021. One third of asylum seekers go to courts unrepresented, although those with legal representation have higher chances of winning.
The only seekers.
So do we understand it now? Like, do we get it now? Like, all those people who are waiting in the country in line, over 60 something.
Where do they wait? Do they have like a waiting section that they keep them in?
That's what right wingers are talking about when they give them like cards with money on them and shit like that, and give them temporary housing. Like, you have to do that because they're waiting, right? Most of these.
Where do they wait? Do they just put them in the cities while they wait? They just release them into the cities, or do they have like a special section they keep them in? Like
on the place, right? That's what a lot of this busing and moving around of immigrants has been. They're
they had
seekers.
them in camps in these little makeshift camps.
So the big thing in the 80s was the Cubans. The Cubans were really coming over, and Cubans are amazing. I have Cuban
Mariana
friends.
boat lift,
amazing. But they would come over from Cuba, and they were instantly given citizenship, but they had to live in a camp.
Yeah, remember, just like in Scarface. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's how it worked. So they had to be in a camp for about 30 days, and then they got their citizenship, their green card, and then they were able to be citizens. And
now, I don't know, do they do that with the Mexicans here, or like, I'm curious about that.
They just let them in. Just let them in.
Because I remember seeing, this is when Trump was president. I'm not even going to lie. It was when Trump was president. Weren't there like these little camps, and there was press out there saying that they were separating kids from their families and things like that. They were I don't know if they were trying to deport them or what, but
Trump changed how
they had them in camps.
People crossing were treated. It's just crossing the border illegally was never an actual criminal infraction. It was a civil infraction. And when he made it a criminal infraction, it necessarily meant that you had to treat every person like a criminal. So what they would do when they would catch like someone drug running, they would take their kids away, just like you would if it were any criminal event. But for most people crossing the border illegally, it was a civil infraction. So that's what it was considered. If you didn't find anything illegal in them, they were just crossing a border. It was just a civil infraction.
Well, I think it should be criminal. I agree with Trump on that.
You think it should be criminal?
Yeah.
No. Not if they're just seeking asylum. No.
No, I'm not talking about asylum. I'm just talking about they come across the border. If I tried to cross the border into Canada right now, they would probably arrest me.
Yeah, I'd be arrested if I tried to go in any other country.
So I don't think people should just come across the border to the U.S. and it's a traffic ticket.
Why is it okay to do it here? Exactly, bro. That's my thought of it. Like, we couldn't do that anywhere.
I think we are, like, the more I'm looking into this, I think we are too lenient. I think we do need to get some kind of control over the way we let people into the country.
I think everyone on panel is an immigrant. Everyone on panel is an immigrant. We're Italians, we're French, we're all kinds.
I'm not. We were here before the U.S. We were here before all you motherfuckers. Y'all immigrated to our country.
Well, hear me out. We're all immigrants, but when we came over, we did it the right way. I think the problem is that people that are coming.
You sure about that?
The people that come.
The Cajuns were down. We were down there before it's 16.
Well,
1765 was when they deported us. We were down in Louisiana before the Revolutionary War even started.
Well, remember, before we went to Louisiana, we went to every port in the United States in the 13 colonies. And what happened to us? A lot of us were kicked out.
And some of us went back to France. Some of us went to the Caribbean. And but Joseph Beausoleil, who's one of the people I'm descended from, that party, came directly to Louisiana.
Yeah,
there were several groups convening on Louisiana around the same time, and he was one of them.
Which is why we ended up in Louisiana, a lot of us.
But it was all before the U.S. even became a country.
Yeah,
so
before the Revolutionary
War. New Orleans and Louisiana was settled by French, Spanish, all the people before and while the U.S. colonies
was like 1787, I want to say, or.
So, Jeff, would you consider yourself French? Are you mostly French? I'm just asking.
Cajuns are French. Yes, we are French. If we
are,
are,
not all Cajuns are French based, but mostly French. But I also have English in me too. My dad's
That's
part
kind of a
Yankee.
hard line. Like we're not a diaspora kind of people. Cajuns descend from French Acadians. Like that's
But
a
when
hard
the
thing.
original settlers of Nova Scotia, when they came over from France, they were not all French. They had people from Scotland. They brought settlers from other races. So when we formed the Cajun identity, it wasn't a pure French identity. There were other people from other countries also mixing into that. So if you do a Cajun DNA test, you're going to find other strains in it besides French.
Well, there's Italian Cajuns. There are.
But
You know,
culturally,
there's
we're definitely descended. It's French. It's a
there's
French
French.
culture
There's all
offshoot.
kind. There's all kinds of different kinds of Cajuns. You know.
There really isn't. Like there can be
Well,
some
there
people who are accepted in, but like the original group. I'm just sorry. The original group was an ethnic group, which is why us getting kicked out of Nova Scotia was an ethnic cleansing.
Right. We were, by the time we got kicked out, we were a distinct ethnicity, separate from any European. We were the first North American. We were the first European North American identity. The first Europeans to
Right.
come over and develop a distinctly North American identity that was different from anything we had left behind in Europe.
So
Yeah,
Jeff, do
we're
you
not, but we're not like Creole though. You can't just sit there and use Cajun like the word Creole and have it be like an overarching term for categories of groups. Like that's not what Cajun is.
So Jeff, do you agree that like a large majority of the early New Orleans were Italians? There were Italians that migrated to New Orleans.
Well,
Yeah,
New
that's
Orleans
where
has very little to
Italians
do with
went
Cajuns.
first. Louisiana,
New
New Orleans.
Orleans is a Caribbean town, mostly from that time period. The Acadian Triangle is in the central of Louisiana, not where New Orleans is.
It was
So
like
New Orleans-
1910s, 19 something like that.
The
Yeah, a
Italian
lot of
presence
Italian.
in New Orleans was unbelievable. That's how
Everyone thinks
it's-
they went to New York first, but it was New Orleans they went to
It was
first.
New Orleans
so.
first. Yeah.
Yeah.
We basically built that town. The Italians built it. You
That
know?
was one of the first
I agree there.
mafias,
The
too.
New Orleans
That's where the
accent
mafia
is actually
started,
very,
too.
very
Yeah.
close to
Right,
the
Jeff.
New York accent.
That's where the mafia
Yeah.
started, Jeff. Yep.
And
one of the
you know
one of the
what? It
first
wasn't
mafias.
Italian.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
Sicilians. It was
Yes,
Sicilians.
they were all the mustache Pete's from the
All
old
Sicilian.
country. Yeah.
Yep, like me and Tommy, we're all
And
Sicilians.
then
you know?
yeah.
Yeah.
New
You know, we
Orleans
come
was
in there-
Carlos Marcello's town.
Mike, if you came to New Orleans or if you've ever been, you would notice that your accent, it would be very similar. Not quite the same because it's got a little bit of extra on it, but your accent is very similar to the New Orleans accent.
He said it's got extra.
Well, no,
Well, I have
the New Orleans
I have
accent
a-
has more of the influences from Cajun accents and African accents.
I didn't know
But
about
it's
Italian
rooted in
food.
Italian. Like,
I mean,
The
I
yak?
have Moorish blood. I have Moorish blood. You know, so it is what it is. You know? That's why I have dark hair, dark features. You know, it is what it is.
you're not going to go to New Orleans and find people speaking like Cajuns. Like they don't come out there talking like
No, they
a Cajun
speak
like
yak.
that.
It sounds
Yeah.
more like Brooklyn or the Bronx.
Yeah, it's very Brooklynish accent.
No doubt.
You from New Orleans? You from NOLA? You're talking more like that. You know?
Moorish blood.
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't fuck with us. We got Moorish.
1764, 1765 is when we started showing up in Louisiana.
Wow, that's way
Yeah.
before us. Jeff.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We
That
were
was
down
right
there
before the Revolution, okay.
before.
That's like
all of
200
it.
years
86.
before us, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, gentlemen, this: the most fiercest people you'll ever meet in your life are Sicilians. They have a vendetta. They have a vendetta code. They don't let things go. They don't live and let live. Sicilians are crazy. They're crazy people, man. You know, we talked about this the other night. You know, it's wild. You know, it's the vendetta code. You know, but New Orleans was built off the back of Italians. It was New Orleans, and it's a beautiful. And then the French came in. It's a beautiful place. It's amazing. It's one of the old school places you can go and still relive the old times.
It
New
was
Orleans-
founded by the French. That's what.
The
Yeah, it
French
was founded by
came
the
in-
French, then it was done by
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
Spanish.
say.
Italians were very much later. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought the
Italians
French
had
came in-
a very large presence in New Orleans for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, in the 1900s. But Jeff said that his French Cajun people were there in like the 1700s.
Well, yeah, but we didn't settle New Orleans.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
never mind
settled
then.
some of the
Nothing to do with New
swamps
Orleans.
south of New
Yeah.
Orleans, but then we
Nothing to do
got
with New Orleans.
displaced from there across the basin to the
Okay.
other side of Louisiana.
I misunderstood
You know,
that then.
A lot
My
of
bad.
people, a lot of people talk crap about the French. I'm just giving you a heads up. And I had a French girlfriend, dude. The French are awesome. They're awesome people. I'm just saying. I'm not like placating. They're like really
Parlez-vous
cool.
français? Yeah.
They're just cool people.
I mean, there's things
And
to like about them and things to not.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
Like,
think I could move
yeah,
to France. I think I'd have even more issues in France than I have up here.
yeah, I wouldn't want to live in France. I don't think. I mean, it's so different.
My friend lived in Paris for years, and he just tells me horror stories about
Did
how
he say it was a lot
bureaucratic and
different than
socialist they
America?
are.
A lot different than America.
It's very like you have to, especially if you're trying to be upwardly mobile. You have to
Okay.
talk just the right way. They have people, their jobs. Like if you're writing a letter, they analyze your handwriting to see like what social class you're from. Like how you write is like a class marker there. It's a very
Yeah.
like etiquette, lots and lots of etiquette.
Yeah, my
that you have
dad
to be
told me
able to
about
navigate. It's
that.
like a court society.
well,
He's been to France
my
a couple times for business, and he told me about that handwriting thing you were just
my
mentioning.
ex-girlfriend, she speaks fluent French. It's the most beautiful language I've ever heard. It's French is beautiful, but I'm just going to tell you this.
It is a
real
pretty
quick.
cool language.
It's beautiful. Without the
La
French,
langue de
we
l'amour.
would. Without
It's
the
a
French,
romantic language. Yeah, it's like a romantic language.
Like
You
Italian
know.
and Spanish.
Yeah, but I
without-
almost think French is more like, I don't know, when you hear somebody like recite a French.
Oh, you mean
poem,
romantic, like that kind of
like
romantic.
romantic? Yeah, it sounds like romantic.
Ooh la la.
Without the
Like
French, without
Pepe
the,
Le
Yeah, like seductive almost. Yeah, ooh la la.
Yeah, Jeff, he meant it. He doesn't mean it
Ooh
in the
la
actual literal
la.
sense
I
that
think
the
I'm not
romantic
talking
languages
about
all
that.
come from Latin, but
Right.
without the,
he meant it in the literal like romance.
Get you laid.
without the French, there'd be no America, and that's the
Yeah,
truth.
they saved our asses, and
The
we
French
saved them in
came
World
in.
War II, though. So,
But I mean, I'm talking about Revolutionary War.
but yeah,
The French,
yeah, I
the
know
French came in and helped and supported us.
they
King Louis
helped us.
came in
Yeah,
and they supported us against the British because
against
that
the
was their
British.
enemy. But
Yeah.
without France, there'd be no America, and that's the truth.
Well,
That is
we
the
don't.
truth.
There's no way to test or falsify that claim.
Well, I'm telling you, dude, vive la
It didn't
France.
come
Vive
down
la
to
France.
like one single battle where the French rode in and changed the course of
Well,
history.
that
once
was
and for all.
one battle,
I
but
mean,
weren't there
Yorktown,
many
right?
of them? Yeah.
Yeah. They came in with their armada. They came in. All the French ships came in because America had no ships really.
I
And
Yeah,
just
we
think
were
that's
kinda winning at that point,
sensationalizing the
but
narrative just
yeah.
a bit.
no, dude, no. France saved America's
Okay.
ass,
Well,
and then we owe it a lot. We owe a lot to France. We do, because that's why France is one of our biggest allies. We owe a lot to France. We love France because we're democratic, societies. But
Yeah.
I love France. I think
Yeah,
they're
we were
amazing. people.
super close with them until they went through their own revolution.
Well, we paid them back, Mike, in World War II. You know, we
We
you
did.
know,
We did. We saved
we
their
helped
ass.
them. We
Yeah.
helped
Oh yeah,
them.
they were getting their ass kicked. Yeah,
They were
getting
trapped in Dunkirk when we
They were
came.
getting beat up by the Germans. The Germans were kicking the shit
Yeah,
out of them.
Germans were blitzkrieging the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo,
So we helped
the
them.
German military. I think when you come down to like military power,
Pretty wild. Yeah, they were powerful.
World War II Germany was probably the best military you've ever seen in your life.
Their infrastructure was pretty big at one time. If you look at some of those documentaries, yeah, a lot of money. A lot.
Wait,
You'll
what?
never see anything like it. I mean, they were just so precise.
Wait, the
so
best military in our
amazing.
lifetime? Are you serious?
They had a very
Germans
strategic
in
way
World
of
War
fighting.
II.
Like,
who y'all talking
They were-
about?
Oh, during World War
Germans
II.
in
Okay,
World
the
War
best
II.
military
Well, Dobez
during
and
World War II. Okay.
Joe were up here talking about the
Hitler
other day.
was Hitler was a bad leader, though. He made a lot of mistakes.
No doubt. But those German troops, they were
But the
they
troops
were
and the
so,
generals, like the generals, should have took
so
over. Man, for
precise,
real.
and the Germans are so intelligent. They're so intelligent, and they
He
took
he
warfare.
wouldn't listen to the generals. Like
Yeah.
he was so mad. He was so mad.
Remember when Patton? So, like at the end of the World War II, Patton wanted to attack Soviet Union, and they're like, no, you can't. And then look at like now Russia is our enemy, basically. So it's wild, man. Warfare is crazy.
Well, Hitler double crossed Stalin, so Stalin joined the Allies at the end of the war, and that's how we got Germany. They killed in Stalingrad. That's where the war took a big turn. Stalingrad.
Well, Tommy, you know that a lot of the U-boats went to Argentina, right? You know about the whole thing.
Yeah, I do know.
And
Yeah.
there's a conspiracy that Hitler never K-worded himself. That he
They were
actually
trying to make camps out there for other Jews.
there's a whole town. There's a
Yeah.
German town.
Oh yeah. Where they all escaped to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Now I know what you're
Tim
talking about.
Kennedy. Tim Kennedy was a Tier 1 Ranger, and he has this whole thing. If you look up Tim Kennedy, Argentina, town, and it's all German in the middle
And it's
of
hard to know because the
Argentina.
Russians
Yeah,
supposedly found Hitler's skull, so they have all the. So it's like we
yeah,
have to trust them. I mean, did
it's
we
wild,
see
dude.
his skull? Did we test his skull? Do we really know if he's dead? I mean,
You know what?
I think he's dead.
And these things aren't derogatory. These things are good to talk about because
Hey,
you get to learn things.
By the way, not laws. Did you ever post that link? I made you a wrench and then I forgot to check for it.
What's up, Aja?
You never gave me a wrench, Jeff. That's messed up, dude.
I did
That's
one
messed up.
time and I had to take it away
Wow.
He said I had to stick.
I didn't-
because you were looking up everybody's channels.
Okay.
You were abusing your powers.
That's all.
I don't need a wrench, Jeff. I like coming on panel.
What's wrong with looking up at channels? I didn't do anything. But you do what you got to do. All right, Jeff.
Yeah, the
if I send you
frickin-
some, Jeff, if I send you some Kona coffee, will you give me a wrench?
Probably not. No, you're not likely to get a wrench.
Kona coffee. What the hell is that?
Yeah, some Hawaiian coffee. It's like the
Oh,
most expensive
Hawaiian.
coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Jeff, you're like really sassy, dude. You're like a super sassy guy, man. Super.
I asked the chat
Like hitting on you,
GPT
Jeff.
today about my communication style, like to tell me about my communication style and like what are some of the weaknesses of it. And it surprised me how it was scary how accurate it was. I don't know how it knows all that from just me asking it questions.
What were you asking? What was this now?
About my communication style. Like
What did you ask? AI, you said?
Yeah, the AI. I said,
Oh,
can you
okay.
describe my voice tone and how I speak?
Mhm.
And then, because I wanted to see if it could write a paragraph using my voice, as if I were writing it, instead of that AI tone.
Oh, okay.
And it says your tone comes across as direct, thoughtful, and grounded. You're precise
Yes.
in expressing ideas, but you don't sugarcoat or pad things unnecessarily, trusting the reader to follow along with the nuance. That's true. There's a kind of openness in the way you communicate without excessive formalities. That's true. More like a friend who wants to skip small talk and get to something real and useful. There's also an underlying sense of empathy. Even though you can be blunt, you keep people's well-being in focus. I don't know how it got all of that from
It's
me
a
asking
computer,
questions. It's
Jeff.
not like it watches the Panelverse.
Oh, no, it
Yeah.
does. It doesn't that
It
like?
shouldn't be.
Hold on. What AI did you ask?
Chat GPT.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I thought it was like a YouTube thing. My bad.
No, this is just text. It got all this from just text. From me
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
it question. I
got
like all I do is I'll ask it a question.
It
It'll
is
give me an
kinda
answer,
weird.
and then I'll like ask a follow-up question. I don't really type a bunch of stuff into it.
Yeah,
But
it's
Jeff,
kind
if
of
you want,
weird, man. Yeah. No, go ahead, Mike.
The craziest thing about
But
AI
yeah.
right now is that it's not
But
actual
yeah.
true intelligence. It's just
Right.
large language models. And
Right.
and imagine when we
It's a
actually breach
computer,
real
yeah.
intelligence.
It's
gonna
already
be
scary.
insane.
But Jeff, if you want more out of people, if you want to get more out of people, draw more out of them, drop that. I've told you about the tone scale. Drop that verbiage because you come in hot sometimes. You get elevated.
Yep, that's me.
And
Like
it's
that.
nothing-
I'm not going to change who I am. That is me. So people
I'm
need
not
to know
saying-
that that's what they're getting if they
I'm-
interact with me.
I'm-
Otherwise, I would be
I'm-
masking. I would be faking something I'm not.
The
I'm not
tone
saying
scale. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is that if you want to interrogate somebody, you have to drop down and say,
I think
know,
I do fine. I get my questions answered
Drop down an
for the
octave.
most part, unless I'm interviewing Kamala Harris.
right, I'm just saying
He's
if
not
you
a.
drop
I don't feel like I have a problem getting answers to questions though.
He's trying to tell you how to interrogate.
Right,
people.
he's trying to micromanage me and tell me how to do my panel and how to talk. Him of
He's
all
trying to
people
make you into
talking
him,
about me
bro.
coming in hot. And
He's turning
yes,
into a
exactly. See,
master.
Ajon's feeling the same thing.
but you get really like angry
Passionate,
and you
yeah, I
get
know.
invested. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I am
if you-
invested.
but I'm saying, but if you drop it, then people will bring more of their stuff into the chat. Because when you come at them like a wrecking ball, they're going to be apprehensive to like come in and say more things. So
They can
I
be
mean,
whatever they want. I
He's pretty
still don't have a
calm.
problem getting guests and conversations
Yeah,
and topics I want started and questions. So it doesn't seem to be a barrier to what I'm trying to do here. It might be a
well, yeah,
barrier to like
yeah, I agree. I
some
agree. But
job that
Tommy,
people hire me for or something, but
I
it's not a barrier
agree.
to what I'm trying to do here.
I agree.
yeah,
But Tommy, I'm asking Tommy, do you agree with like when you drop your tone, people will open up more? Like it's
yeah.
just like
I
it's like
understand what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah,
you
yeah.
control the
Just
way
like
you speak to other people.
when you
You know.
drop when you drop it, they'll open up more because
In
when you
fact, I
come in
think
and
we
say,
got more out last night with all of the
That was
heightened
pretty
emotion
wild
and
there for a little
than we
bit.
would have if we tried to have some polite civil conversation. I
Last
think we
night
were
was
opening
wild.
all the floodgates and it was all coming out. We were getting the real tea.
I came up in here. Brian and Kane were just like going at each other. I'm like,
yeah,
yeah.
dude, that was crazy. Hey,
Yeah,
man,
all the
fuck
stuff that
you,
people
man.
hold back when they're dropping their tone is the stuff I'm able to get out when I don't drop mine.
No, Jeff. The whole thing I'm trying to say is that when you drop your tone, people will open up more because they feel like you're subservient, which you're not. You're not
But they already,
subservient.
what I'm saying is they already open up.
No. They open up more when you drop it. Like when you're not fighting them, they'll start talking more. That's all. That's all I was trying
But
to
they
say.
already do that. Like, what would they do extra that they're not already doing?
They'll say all kinds of shit. They'll tell you about their life, their personal
They
life,
already
and
do
all kinds.
that.
Well, Jeff, if it works, it works.
Look at Axis came up today and told me way more than
Yeah, we
I
got a
could have
lot of
ever asked
information
for.
out of that dude. That was wild.
That was a little creepy. That was a little creepy. I'm like,
Yeah, I wasn't ready for
whoa.
that.
He's going through
Yeah.
some stuff.
No, I don't.
That,
It's all good, bro. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's all
totally cool.
good.
Totally
I'll
cool.
take no offense.
I wish him nothing but the best. Nothing
Yeah,
but
I
the
don't have a
Yeah.
problem with Axis. I'm more concerned
best.
about YouTube. The YouTube sits just more than anything else.
Yeah.
If we were in person all hanging out, I wouldn't have a problem with any of that.
Dude, if we
No.
all hung out, if all of us hung out in person, we'd have the time of our lives. We'd be shooting the shit, laughing, having a great time. I'm no doubt in my mind that we wouldn't have a blast. We would. We'd just be joking around and having fun. That's it. But this YouTube stuff, it's weird. It's weirdos. It's just
a
different.
lot of weirdos.
Weird.
But I'm
Dude,
kind of I wouldn't want a community of just a bunch of normies either.
Yeah, I
No,
get it.
that's not Jeff. That's not what I'm saying. But
Makes people
all I'm trying to say is that when you're in person, there is an emotional connection.
There's more of a
That-
connection. Yeah.
Yeah, there's more of
He's
a
right.
connection. So like
It's different.
online it's different. Like if we hung out, it'd be like we'd be some dudes just chilling. That's all I'm trying to say. It's just it'd be different, good or bad. It just would be different. That's all. Because Jeff, I think you're a good dude. I think Tommy's a good guy. I don't know Effigy very much, but I mean, we would just hang
Yeah,
out
right.
and have a good time, eat some wings, and just fucking shoot the shit. That's all we would do.
I mean, I don't think I would be any different in person. Other than I wouldn't have to be paranoid about getting my channel struck.
Jeff, in person, people in person are different. I mean, just to be honest with you, when you meet someone in person, you feel their energy. It is different. It is, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. But it's just like it's just a little bit different than online. That's all I was trying to say. It's nothing negative or anything like that. But it's just a different feeling when you meet somebody face to face. It's just different, versus like the panel versus, as you call it. It's just
I was hanging out with a bunch of people during COVID online, and then I went to a conference a few years ago, and we all met in person. And I had known a lot of them in person before that. And there were people coming up to me that knew me from the online stuff. And I swear to God, I was convinced that I had met them before that in person. Like, I couldn't believe we were meeting for the first time because they were so real of people to me. I knew we had to have met somewhere in person before. They were just too familiar. Like, I couldn't tell a difference.
Yeah.
And they're
'Cause
like,
you're
no,
because you
we're meeting for the first time. And I'm like, no, I know I've hung out with you before. I know we were at this thing together. I know it. They're like, no, we were Zooming the whole time. I've never met you in person.
because you're emotionally invested. You know, you're like you think you know them, but you don't until you meet them in person. You know, it's just different. It's really different. You know, people make fun of me and stuff like that. And that's okay. But they meet me in person, I look completely different. You know, with their altered pictures and stuff like that. But it's okay. I mean, people have to do what they have to do. But like, it is what it is. But I think that you have a good heart. Tommy's got a good heart. Like I said, once again, I'm not putting effigy under the table. I don't know him very well. But like, we all get along. We all have fun. We laugh and we joke each other. But I think at the end of the day, we're all trying to have fun and create content. That's what I think we're trying to do.
I'm
That's
definitely an
all.
ungodly monster.
Well, at least you can own it.
Kamala monster. No, I'm just
Kamala
joking.
monster.
I'm just joking.
Are you gonna really vote for Kamala? Seriously.
It's okay. He is.
Oh,
Absolutely,
absolutely. I wouldn't
1000%.
expect
Yeah.
anything.
Oh,
I
for
would be
sure.
shocked if he voted
Yeah.
for Trump.
No. Sorry, guys. Trying to coup the government is kind of a deal breaker for me. Sorry.
I'll be honest. I thought Jeff was going to vote for Jeff. You told us you were going to vote for Kamala in the beginning when I first met you.
No, I said I was undecided.
Oh, okay. I
And
thought you were talking.
they both have a chance, like equally have. The more I saw Kamala and the more I saw Trump, it made it very easy.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Tommy, Jeff is gays for Trump. That little thing, that gays for Trump.
Gays for Trump, yeah.
Yeah, that's Jeff.
They got
He's
Latinos for Trump, gays for Trump, Italian. Everybody's
for Trump, man. That's it.
I mean,
Trump
it's his
loves you,
time.
dude. Trump loves the gays.
I
He
relate
loves
to
them.
him better. He represents
Yeah.
me better. He has more of my values. We share more common values than
I don't
Kamala.
think he made mistakes, but I think he's our best chance to turn it around.
Yeah. And
If
he
Kamala
also,
could
Jeff,
sit in a room with me and answer some direct questions, she might have a chance. But she can't even do that. Like her ability to even do that, I have no
Nah, she
confidence
doesn't
in
answer
after
any
seeing
questions.
3 or 4 interviews with her. I do not believe I
Jeff,
can even get information from her that I need.
She spins it on him every time.
Yes, every single question goes back to Trump.
She goes
Trump,
right back to Trump. And in all fairness, in the debate, that's all they were both doing. It seemed like
It's
it was
like-
kind
it's
of
like-
frustrating.
it's kind of like YouTube. Like it's like YouTube is YouTube, and then like it's versus Mike Cerrone.
Right,
It's just
Trump is like their
really-
Mike Cerrone.
They're
They're like the
left has
Democrats'
all the
Mike Cerrone.
entertainment. Like
Yeah.
all the entertainment companies are the left, like SNL, ABC, NBC. All them channels are the left. They're Kamala.
I will say
Jeff-
the
Eminem.
Maya
fucking
Rudolph, the little Kamala
going
she
for
does is
Kamala.
hilarious.
Yeah. Yo,
I
did
was
you see
surprised
Usher?
when I saw that. I
Dude,
mean, I don't know.
Tommy,
I know he hates
did you see-
Trump, but
Tommy, did you see Usher on The View? And he's like, I'm
Yeah.
not going to take a stance. I'm not going to. And then, like, 2 days later, after the Diddy trial, he's like, I'm voting for Kamala.
yeah, I saw
Like,
that.
yeah, and that Diddy stuff, we got to talk about that one night. Like, yeah, you want it's
Well,
a whole
not on
different
here,
stream.
hopefully. I
It's a whole
pushed the
different
envelope
stream.
enough.
Yeah, but
I'm
there's
not
a
holding
whole-
anybody's vote against him.
yeah,
You know,
but there's a lot to
regardless if
unpack
who
about
wins.
this.
I guess we'll see. We might see another side of people tomorrow, depending on who wins.
I really, honest to God, think that Trump's going to win. I think it's not going to be a landslide, but I think Trump is going to win. I think he is.
I mean, I'll
And,
be happy with that result, but I'm not expecting it.
And
I'm wondering how
I think
fast they will take in Pennsylvania to certify and all that.
probably a week. Probably about a
Well,
week.
Georgia comes in the polls close at 3 p.m. So I'll
Think
be
it'll be
here
a
for sure,
week?
probably about an hour before that. So
Well, it's going to take extra time because they've specifically been people passing laws to make it take longer. Like in Georgia, they tried to pass a law that would make them recount things by hand every single time, which takes an ungodly amount of time.
every
they would
single
use
time, I
machines.
thought they already do that.
No, they had machines that would do counts, and then they had a hand count if a certain thing was brought up, like some certain kind of
Discrepancy,
recount needed to
yeah.
happen. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, in Virginia, this is the first time we've had a Republican governor in I think like 20 or 30 years.
Oh,
The first time, because in Virginia, it's always a Democratic state. So it's weird to be a Republican.
do you, Effigy? Do you think we'll get any useful results tomorrow, or will it be a waiting game?
My biggest hope for tomorrow is that whoever wins, frankly, that it's decisive. Frankly, like if Trump wins, if Kamala wins, I just hope it's decisive.
Me too.
I hope it's done by the end of the night, and
Peaceful
like
too.
all the
I mean,
networks
obviously,
like
yeah.
declare it, and no one's like starting shit over it because the last thing we need in the country is another freak out fight over it. Even though, and no matter if Kamala wins decisively or not, I think the right wingers, a lot of Trumpers are going to just try to screw that up and do lawsuits. They've already started the lawsuits, so like, but that's my one hope is that it's just decisive. We don't need to fight over it for 3 months until the certification.
Effigy, do you think Kamala's going to win?
I do, yeah, because of polling that's coming out right now. One of the most reliable pollsters in the country, the lady who only does the Iowa poll, she just came out like yesterday with a +3 for Kamala, which is like a 16-point swing in less than a year. Which the last time Iowa.
I thought it was 49.
Not in this. There's not just one poll. Like this was the Iowa poll.
Okay. Okay.
And Trump was leading in the Iowa poll up until this poll, and she's only been wrong like once or twice, and so it really freaked a lot of people out because no one expected Kamala to even play for Iowa, and if she's going to win Iowa, that means that not just the battleground states may be in play. So who knows? But I see that as a really favorable kind of a headwind heading into tomorrow. So
it looks like Israel is considering a preemptive strike against Iran.
Yeah, who do you think takes
they already have been?
Who do you think takes Pennsylvania?
Oh, I think Pennsylvania is going to come down to the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, because it's crazy here. Yeah, we're so divided here between Trump and
Are you in PA?
I am in PA. Yeah.
Oh. I think that one's going to literally come down to rural versus city.
We can vote in person. I decided to do it by mail.
So y'all have the option. Y'all could do it either way.
We could do it by mail if we want to. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my whole family does it by mail.
I told you guys the last time I voted in person, they were like giving me like the stink eye because I vote Republican. They're like giving me because I live in Virginia and it's always a Democratic state.
Well, did you show up wearing something that said that? Like, who knows who you're voting for?
They asked him.
They said, "Are you Republican or Democrat?" I'm like, "Why is that your business?" I said,
"They do ask."
Why do they ask? Like, why?
Yeah, no one asks.
They don't ask. The people outside ask. That are handing.
The exit pollers.
Inside.
Oh, was it a poller?
A poller asked?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like the election
like an exit poll then, right? Like one of the workers don't ask that. They just look for your ID and send you to a booth.
No, they didn't do that, dude. They didn't do that. They were like, "Are you Republican or Democrat?" I'm just telling you, when I walked in, "Are you Republican or Democrat?" I'm like, "Oh, well, I'm Republican." "Oh, are you sure?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm sure." And it was like a weird.
What were you voting in? Was it a primary?
Wait, was it the people that are handing out stuff, or was it the people that are working at the desks?
Working at the desk.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, and I said, "I'm voting. I'm a Republican."
That's crazy. And, they're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I don't. Frankly, no offense, Mike. I'm not sure if I believe you on that one.
And then
they're not supposed to do that.
I'm sorry. I just
think he's told that story consistently.
What would be the purpose?
Over and over and over.
What does a poll worker do with that information? They can't send you into the right or wrong booth, right?
They're trying to divert you to the other party. And then when I was going
by
to
just
vote,
asking,
the one machine didn't work. So then I had to go to the other machine, and you have to put it in the machine. And he looked down and saw Trump, and he looked at me and went, and just shook his head at me. What the fuck is this? Like you're shaming me for voting, for Republican? Like what?
When
the
you
fuck
told
is
me
this?
that, Mike, I thought you were talking about like the guys handing out the pamphlets, like when you first walk in. They do ask sometimes. Yeah.
This was in the elementary school.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that should be reported. Like
that
they
should have been reported. That's criminal, for real.
So I voted.
It
also in a state like Virginia, I'm surprised someone didn't report it, which is why I'm saying I don't know if I believe you.
Voter. What is it? What is that?
But that would not have changed your vote, huh? Like, oh my God, this guy disapproves of it. Let me change it real quick. to make him
I'm, I'm,
happy.
I'm a bigger guy. I'm a bigger guy. So like, they're not going to influence me like, or make me feel weird, but like literally they were like, they looked at me and they shook their head at me. Like I'm supposed to vote Democrat just because I'm in Virginia. I grew up in New York. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I would have said
I
so. I would have just told him something to their face.
I didn't. I voted and left. I just voted and left. It was no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But like I could tell like the animosity, of the people. Like, oh, like I'm okay. Well, this is my vote. This is my right to vote. But they were really pissy about it. They were angry. They were. And then on the way out, I was just like, there was no Trump people out there. It was all like, who was it? It was all freaking Biden people out there. There was no Trump people. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You
Where?
vote
What are
for
you
who
talking
you
about? Like you're not you can't conglomerate around a polling place with any kind of like paraphernalia of a candidate, right? Like that's some of the rules.
Really? You can't. You
A lot
ever
of
seen the
places,
video
yeah.
where they're approaching people in line trying to indoctrinate them? And
I mean, I saw the video from 2 days ago where a guy freaked out because a poll worker asked him to take off a Trump hat. Like
They had that lady that took off her shirt and voted her.
Wait a minute. Can I just say something? When I went to give a vote in person before, they had people approach me giving pamphlets telling me about these people before I went into line. Now, is that allowed?
It's
That's
supposed to
not
be a
allowed in a lot of
certain
places. It's
distance
supposed to
from
be
the
legal.
polling station, but at a certain point, there's none of that's supposed to happen.
Well, before you go in, outside, I'm talking about.
Jeff, it's 25 feet from the front door of the school.
Yeah, there you go.
But the problem is
It's a
that the
distance
line
thing.
wraps. No, hold on. The line wraps around to 100 feet.
Yeah,
So they
they're
can
probably a huge line,
all
I'm
the
sure.
people in line and fuck with them.
That's why I do it by mail, Mike. I'm not waiting in those lines.
Yeah.
Fuck that line, bro. I'll just do it by
Yeah.
mail. I trust the mail system. I do. I do trust that.
Yeah,
It's
crazy.
pretty
Yeah, in
secure.
fact, they probably have my ballot by now. I should look it up.
It's
What you
pretty
do is
secure.
you go
Yeah.
when it first opens. If you go when it first opens, it's like 3 or 4 people. That's it.
Yeah, you got to go in
right
the morning.
Yeah, you gotta go early in the morning. Like if it opens at 7, go at like 7:15, and you go right through. But if you go at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's like 50, 75 people out there. So yeah, but no, they were approaching us in line. Oh, who are you voting for? It's none of your fucking business who I'm voting for. Well,
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, let me explain to you, because they're 25 feet away, so they can do that. Well, let me explain to you the all that. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Get away from me. And they try to indoctrinate you into voting at a different party. But I'm a Republican, and I'll vote for Trump 1,000 times. Trump 2024. I think Trump, Gen X Jeff 2024. That's what I think. That's it. Can you imagine having Trump?
Gen X will be his vice president.
Can you ever imagine having Trump and a gay Satanist as the ticket?
Okay, I just checked my ballot. It says your ballot status for the general 24. Your ballot has been accepted. Congratulations, your ballot has been accepted and added to tabulation for the general 24. So that I successfully got my vote to where it needed to go. That was vote by mail.
You did yours by mail too, Jeff?
Yep.
Yeah, it works. It's Jeff. It's
I love it.
secure.
Like people are suspicious of it, but it's one of the most.
No, it's secure. They have multiple levels of security there.
It depends. But I think voting in person is the best, because you put the vote in the actual box itself.
I mean, it's direct. It's definitely more direct. I mean,
Jeff,
yeah.
like I told you the other day, and Tommy, I told Jeff the other day, I was sliding because the one thing didn't work, so we had to go to the other one, and I'm putting it into the automated box, and it says Trump on it, and the guy looks at me, he just shakes his head at me. I'm like, the fuck? Like, I'm just voting. Like
I that's messed up, Mike. To be honest with you, like, I mean, look,
I just see that as people being people. I mean, if you had that big of a problem with it, just say something to him.
And Jeff, they weren't telling me about the president candidates. They were just telling me about senators and people, other people. Like they never told me president to vote for or anything like that.
You're talking about like
local
the
people
ones
are way more interested in the local politics. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We had the
You're talking about the ones like outside of the 25 feet line.
Yes, outside the 25 feet
Yeah,
line.
I guess all that's
A,
allowed.
a, really-
But when I
a
go to a
poll.
poll, I usually know who I'm voting for anyway.
So do I. I'm very more interested in local elections.
Because
I
in
mean,
Vegas, we voted in person, and there wasn't any of that. We just went to the school, voted,
yeah, it's
went
always at a
home.
No,
school. Yeah, it's
they'll
always at a school.
harass you in line, bro. They'll harass you in line. They will. They will
That's why my
fuck with
kids have
you.
off for
Maybe
school
there weren't
tomorrow.
lines. I don't remember a lot of lines.
All the kids have off because it's voting tomorrow.
Do you
Yeah.
remember? Did you guys have voting booth? Oh, by the way, hello everyone.
What up, Spike?
Spike, salute.
Salute, bro.
Hey, Spike.
I was too young to vote, but I remember going with my mom to voting booths in homes. Do you guys remember when they used to be
In
houses?
In
homes, in like
homes?
houses, like at
Yeah, in
people's
people's
houses.
houses. Yeah,
Oh, I
No.
don't remember that. I never did that before.
yeah. We used to
I've
go
never
to-
done that.
Yeah, they used to be in homes. I forgot what it's called, but you know,
Like a retirement home or somebody's like residence, like
no,
somebody's
people's
house.
residences.
Oh
Yeah,
wow! Oh wow! That's great. That's wild.
I was too young, but I remember going with her, and they'd all be
Yeah, I
set up.
never heard of that. That's pretty cool. You learn something new every day. What year was it? In the 80s, 90s?
Must have been the 80s.
Okay. In Cal, I guess. Yeah, I don't. I never. They didn't have them around here. I've always remember going to schools and elementary school.
Yeah, that's where I've always voted in schools.
Yeah. Well, I never heard of the houses though. That's pretty cool.
I should have researched it first before I paneled up. Dang, I wanted to troll Mike and he walked away. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, Mike. Mike said he's been intimidated.
By Axis?
No, that's funny. That guy too.
Around.
But no, somebody at the voting booth was
Oh,
giving
yeah,
him a face. Gave him a face when he wanted to vote for Trump last time. And that was in 2020. That was a crazy, that was a wild time, man. You think it's as crazy now as it was then? I don't know. I don't know.
I think that we've gotten used to the crazy over the last
There's no
month.
COVID, so I mean, there's no more COVID. Well, there's still COVID, but it's not like it was.
Did COVID hit right after we elected, right? Right after.
It was right before,
No,
actually.
COVID
It kind of what
hit-
killed Trump's presidency.
The beginning of
because he
March of
mishandled it.
2020 is when the shutdown happened.
Yeah, it was right before.
It was
the election
before
wasn't
the
until
entire
following
election, yeah.
November. Yeah, it was like March, right? Or February or March that Corona first
Actually,
came?
I think it was February 13th is when the shutdown happened.
I thought it was in March that the actual
Maybe it was
shutdown
March
happened.
13th. It was,
But I think they said the virus started coming here in like the late February. And the election wasn't until November, so that was like 8 months of Trump's press Remember, he had the press conferences. He had oh god, man, that was a crazy time, man. I'm just saying.
crazy time having to pull 18-wheeler morgues up to hospitals because they couldn't handle all the people dying.
Dude, that was crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it was a scary time, dude. It was so scary. We would see what happened in Italy. In Italy, they had all those bodies, and then like 2 weeks later, it's happening in America, and like literally, the retirement homes are like. That was sad, dude. I had a couple friends who lost parents at that time who, shouldn't have died. It was because of COVID that they died. They died. They had like other issues too, but the COVID is what really killed them. They didn't have enough ventilators. It was a mess, dude. It was fucking nuts. And that definitely influenced that election. And Trump just doesn't think that
Because it was a mess. Like that.
Yeah,
That's the
he
one thing that
mishandled
no
it.
one
I'll
talks
be the first
about.
to tell you he mishandled
Yeah,
it.
it was just
He
a
did.
fucking mess.
But that was a kind of a curveball to throw at him. I don't really believe Biden would have did any better. I don't.
No, that's no. We have to disagree with there. One of the first things that Trump did when he got elected was disband the White House's pandemic response group. Like, come on. Like, yes, the Democrats would have done insanely better than Trump. Like, come on.
Well, there's
He
no
They would
way.
have
put
listened
Mike
to the
Pence
people. They
in
wouldn't have
charge of it, I
had
thought.
insane press conferences where they're saying to drink bleach. They wouldn't have obsessed over these third party things like hydroxychloroquine, which we ended up getting studies that showed actually helped kill an extra 50,000 people. Like, no, there wouldn't have been any of that
But they
insanity
were
if
like,
Democrats were in charge.
that was Republicans, not Trump himself, right? He wasn't telling
Trump
people to
did
drink
say
bleach.
that little bleach thing. I
And
don't
they
know
could have
why
done
he
that
said
under
that.
Democrats too. That was just misinformation. That would happen under any
Yeah.
president.
Did you sip a little bleach? Be honest, just a little bit.
I don't think Biden would have did better. I just don't, bro. I don't know. I don't like.
Well, we're just going to disagree there, buddy.
And when Trump got it, and he went and he took those therapeutics. He was one of the first people to receive those therapeutics. He was almost like a guinea pig in a way. And then he
And look at him
promoted them
now.
afterwards. And those therapeutics really help people that get sick. I mean, it made it comfortable for him to get through. And he had Operation Warp Speed. We got our vaccines. And those vaccines helped, whether you want to believe it or not. Like, I believe they did. I got 2 shots.
They
I got
obviously
COVID.
did. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they obviously
I-
did. Like, anyone
yeah.
who says they didn't is a crazy person.
I believe they did. So, and that was him. So
I don't know. I
you
never
know.
got it. I
Some
had
of
them, and I've never gotten COVID since, so I have no idea if it would have helped or not.
Well, I got
I
COVID.
guess I'll
with
find out
it.
if I ever get COVID, but it's been years since I've had them.
I got
Well,
it with COVID, Jeff, but I
It's a
had
different
those
strain of
symptoms.
COVID now. It's far weaker. Like, that's
Yeah, the
we're pretty much
strain's
past
weaker,
it
and
being a thing.
with the vaccine, you barely have any symptoms with the vaccine. I mean, I didn't feel any.
I had brain fog and fatigue for days
I didn't even
and
have
days.
that.
I remember those symptoms.
I was fine. You
And I got the 2-parter, so I had the symptoms each part.
Did you get 2 vaccines, Jeff?
Yeah, I had whichever was at the Pfizer, I think, where you had to do it
Yeah,
in
I
2
got
different
Pfizer.
doses.
Yeah, it was 2. It was
And
2
then I had a
shots.
booster later that year when the
I didn't get the
winter
booster.
came
I never
around.
got a booster. Yeah, I never got any boosters, but I didn't feel I needed them, to be honest.
Yeah, I only actually got 1 booster, and then after that point, I had gotten COVID 2 times after that, and it was really mild. So I was like, I've got antibodies now, so I'll just ride it out.
Yeah, I felt like I built up enough antibodies because I got it twice. I had 2 vaccines. I didn't feel like going back for boosters every year, honestly.
I just treat it like the flu.
Even
I
though we
usually
do
get a
flu
shot
shots,
every
my
year.
kids do their flu shots too. Yeah,
I
you
didn't
might as
bother
well
this
just
year.
do another vaccine. Yeah, just add it on the list. I'm glad I got it though. So many people, some people were forced to get it through their work. Some people, they actually left their job because they didn't want to take it. I'm not sure if I'm right about this, but I think Kane actually, catharsis told me that his job let him go because he didn't get the vaccine. I'm not sure if that's right or not, but I'm pretty sure it was him that said it. And that's crazy. And I know other people that lost their job too.
Well, I
Get the
did it
vaccine.
because that was supposedly what was going to end lockdown. If enough people got the vaccine, then we could get off of lockdown and go resume our
I
lives.
thought the
So I did
lockdown
it
was
to do
already
my part
over.
to do that.
Like, the lockdown didn't last that long. At least a lot of people did it.
They were over a
like,
year here in Seattle.
Oh wow,
We
really,
were
bro?
locked out. I didn't get the vaccine till like June, I think, of
Whoa.
2021, May or June.
You were locked
Plus,
down
listen
for
to this.
over a year?
I was lower on the list because I was a white male,
Holy
and they were
shit,
giving them
dude.
to like black people first, and minorities and women. And if you were white male, you were not prioritizing. You had to wait.
What the
But
fuck?
because I had the autism and the PTSD, I could check the disability box, and that got me bumped. So I was actually able to get it earlier than a white male without any of those categories.
Man, that's wild that they didn't.
Why? What is that even about? Like,
I didn't
It's
even know
the
that
equity
happened.
thing they do here. People don't believe how crazy Washington State is about
Yo,
equity.
that is
They had a
crazy,
whole
Jeff.
questionnaire you had to fill out when you applied for the vaccine, and it
We
had
didn't
these
have that.
boxes. If you're black, if you're a woman, if you're LGBT, whatever.
Jeff,
I don't think LGBT was one of them. And
I
if
have
you
a
didn't
friend who
fit those
is
categories, you were not. It was like they were rolling it out in phases, and they rolled it
That's
out to certain
crazy.
minorities first. And if you fit these minority boxes, you got first crack at it. And if you did it, you had to wait weeks for the next phase to come out. And white men with no minority categories were last on the list to be rolled out.
that's dumb.
It was dumb.
Yeah, that is dumb. Look, I have a friend, one of my best friends actually, who's a PhD and teaches at a university, and he teaches this stuff. He teaches like critical race theory and deals with DEI initiatives, sexual education. So I slid him some of the stuff from Washington State's website, and I was like, "Tell me about this," and he was like, "That's a bit much. We don't teach a lot of that."
But do you see that that's where it could go if other states are already? So it's not just like a fear or hysteria. We're concerned because we actually see shit like this showing up in policy.
I mean, no, I'm not going to say that you don't have a legitimate concern for sure, but I mean, I disagree with that stuff too. But I don't think it is as far reaching. I would say that Washington is going to be an outlier because of how liberal a place it is as far as its government.
I don't know because Minnesota, like mostly the blue state, Minnesota, Oregon, California, the New England states, they're all doing similar. Washington State was the first to create an entire office of DEI, but the other states since have offices, and the federal government is starting to have departments of equity or whatever within their individual departments. They'll carve out an equity version of that department. So just because Washington was the first, it seemed more like they were the pioneer of a trend. They weren't an outlier. They were the first to do something that all the other blue states are also now doing. So it seems like something to legitimately be concerned about.
I mean, certain aspects of it, right? You don't have a legitimate concern with the intention, which is to basically make the working population of the federal government more closely resemble the population of the country, right? Like you don't have a problem with that. Because on the federal DEI page, that's like the first thing that they say, right? It's the entire point of the DEI initiative is to make the federal workforce look more like the population of the country.
Why does it have to look like the population? What? Okay. Oh, you're talking about the federal workforce. Only the because that's what Obama's order was designed to address was the federal workforce, and I didn't have a problem with his order as much as I had with Biden's, because Biden's didn't stay in federal. All the states, I did one on the National Foundation of Science. All these other organizations started adopting that model and putting out their strategic plans and their DEI plans as a result of Biden's equity order.
But those are going to be individualized.
It didn't just stay in the federal government.
There's not like some kind of like blueprint that they give out to hand out. Like your state has those things because of the people in your state or the lefties in your state doing that, right?
But it's also aligned with the initiatives at the federal level.
Sure, some of it, sure, but obviously not all of it, because some of that doesn't happen in other states. Like some of the things you're saying, like that.
I honestly haven't looked. I haven't looked into other states. I wonder if Oregon, Minnesota, states like that have similar DEI requirements, like similar trainings. Because Washington State's document is pretty explicit about white supremacy, white dominant culture, white privilege. All that they're pulling that stuff directly out of critical race theory. And it says because of all these things, and we need all of our employees to take these trainings, and then the trainings themselves about racism and implicit bias and systemic racism.
The entirety of what you're talking about is like a total of 8 hours of training and watching one movie.
It doesn't matter. Would you want 8 hours of Christian training? It doesn't matter what does the time limit of the training have to do with the content? It's the content I'm objecting to. It's ideologically driven content. I don't care if it's a half an hour or a whole day. I object to it based on the content.
Cool. I mean, I object to some of that content as well. I just am not blowing it up as big as you. I don't think it's some kind of existential threat like you do.
Well,
I think people believe dumb shit. I agree with you that people believe dumb shit and that some of them are trying to impose dumb shit. Yeah.
Did you see the story about they had to cancel it for all the medics and firefighters because their license was at risk if they didn't check the right boxes on their licensing test based on this DEI training material. They could not get their medic or firefighter license, the 911 first responders, and they had to cancel the DEI trainings.
Yeah, and that's
It
probably
was
going to happen
having a
more and more.
real world impact on these people's ability to continue in their profession. So don't tell me I'm blowing it up. You like to dismiss legitimate concerns if they don't align with what you think
No, I
people's concerns
agreed
should
with you
be.
that you could have a legitimate concern. I personally do not think it is as big as you think it is, nor will it have the impact that you think
Well,
it
I don't
may.
know what metric you're using by big, but I'm already seeing impacts. I'm seeing impacts here in the mental health work I do since 2020. Every mental health training I've gone to, not a single one has been on a mental health topic. It's all been on transgenderism, racism, equity, inclusion, DEI. They don't do any trainings on actual mental health anymore. I've gone to conferences. The whole conference was about equity in
I mean, you just
healthcare,
threw out a whole bunch of
equity in
different
mental
subjects.
health. Do what?
I say that. I mean, that was a whole bunch of different things. Like,
I'm saying it's completely eclipsed the content that was normally presented at these mental health trainings and conferences.
sure, world changes, right? Like,
Yeah, but do
I'm
you
sure.
think, like, if
I'm
you
sure the
went to a
trainings that they
science
gave in the
conference and they were
1950s are a
suddenly
lot different than
teaching
the ones they gave in the
astrology,
1990s,
would the
right?
world changing be your response to that, or would that be like, this is something weird
No,
going on
there's
here
no.
that I have
I'm
a
not saying
legitimate
that you don't have a
concern
No one's saying
about?
you don't have a legitimate concern, dude. No one's saying you can't be animated about it. I just disagree with you on its impact. I get you. Look, if the opposite were true, if there were like some kind of forced like
You seem to
religious
be
training, I would do
minimizing
the
or
exact
dismissing
same.
their concerns. So you're not saying that the concern's not legit. You're just diminishing the scale of it and trying to make it seem like I'm over exaggerating the
From your
impacts that
perspective, I'm
it
diminishing
is
it.
having. Well, how are you measuring over exaggeration then? Because I'm
I
pointing to actual impacts that are
I'm not going to
happening,
adopt what
and
you
I'm
think if it
identifying potential
validates you. That's for
impacts
sure.
that very realistically could happen, and you're just hand waving all of that away like you have some superior sense of the danger of it when it's all a
Or like
subjective
you
sense,
hand
and
wave
I'm
away
using
literally
actual
everything I believe that you
concrete
don't believe, right?
instances to back up my
Like,
sense,
come
and
on,
you're
man.
giving me none of that.
No. It's just like you hand wave away everything that I believe in that you don't believe in, right?
I
It's not
don't
hand
hand wave
waving.
away.
I
I
just
try to look at I did that today. I try to, you know me. Every time we have these conversations, I try to pull up some facts that we can start from.
sure.
Just
And
like
there's
I'm
sometimes we
doing
don't
now. There's
agree on
documents,
facts.
there's trainings, there's the firefighter stuff, there's my own mental health field where it's happening. I'm trying to bring in concrete examples to ground what I'm saying so that it's not just rhetoric and it's not just a subjective sense of what's happening. And every time I try to do that, your counter move is to like keep it on this subjective level where your sense of things somehow carries more weight.
I'm not saying it carries more weight. That's just my opinion. I've said it multiple times.
Well,
That's
if
just
you
my
could
opinion.
keep it at your opinion and we could agree to disagree, I'd have no problem with that. But I think there's a little more manipulation going on than just that. And we saw it last night with that
No,
conversation.
I'm just not going to think something's bigger than I think it is because
I'm not.
to
You
validate your
can
opinion.
think whatever you want. I'm not telling you how to think about it. I'm telling you what I think and why I think about it, and then you keep dismissing that or diminishing that.
Yeah, that's my right. I can dismiss things I don't
Well, you
believe.
can, but it's not going to make for a constructive conversation. If your goal is to have an actual conversation about it, it's a very bizarre, counterproductive tactic to use. If you just want to express your opinion and insist that your opinion is better than my opinion, yes, you can do that. That's not what I was trying to do.
I mean, I agreed with a lot of the things you said. So, I mean, I think it's just the thing we're just not meshing on is this what we think the scope of it is, right?
Right.
Like a lot of things you said, I'm like, yeah, that's stupid. That's dumb. But, you know, if someone made me go to like an 8-hour long or made me take 8 hours worth of Christianity should be your life training classes in a job, I'd lose my shit over it probably. I probably would not have because of my own personal perspective, but at the end of the day, it's not like going to a training class is going to force me to go into a church and do anything, right? It's like I would probably overreact.
My principles are very important to me. I don't know how to go against them. And I don't
Same.
even want to know how to go against them. I like being principled and having that kind of integrity. So if you're able to be a little more flexible with your principles, I guess that's going to serve you in the long run better than it serves me. I just don't know how to do that. When something's important to me, I don't know how to make it less important.
I'm not asking you to. I don't think I am asking you to do that.
Well, you said
Nor
like
I
at the
expect
end of the day, it's not gonna change your opinion, or if you had to sit through a training. And for me, just the fact that I have to sit through a training
oh,
is a
sure, but I
violation
mean,
of my principles. So I don't know how to compromise my principles and just play along with the DEI training when everything they're teaching in there goes against the very principles I'm in there to try to protect. And just like you said, you would lose your shit over a Christian training.
sure. Yeah.
So all right, well, I
There
guess
should definitely be more mental health stuff. We could both agree on that, though, especially for men. There should be way more access to mental health, everything, especially conversations.
and the access is there. When people talk about healthcare access or mental health access, I never know what they're talking about because I've worked in those fields for years and years and years. So I know that the access is there.
I think the
It's
biggest problem
something
with men's
else
mental
that they
health is that
mean when
there
they
are
say
entire groups of
access.
people who self-reinforce that the idea of mental health should be this masculine. You need to shut the fuck up and suck it up.
Well,
Like that.
those are those
I
like
heard that on a
cultural,
panel just a few days
environmental
ago.
factors, but they're
Like
not structural. And I'm not talking about just for men, because they say that about all minority access to healthcare. But the access is there.
but
Any
that's more
minority can walk
cultural than
into a public
structural,
health
right?
agency and apply for services.
If you're shamed by your peers,
But that's not
if you try to,
structural.
who cares?
Because it's important to identify the structural elements that we can change through
but you run
the
into
political.
people more than the structures, right?
And that's what my whole conversation with the AI was about yesterday, was separating out the environmental factors like you're talking about from the actual concrete structural and policy factors, which can be addressed. We already have methods to address, we already have a process to address those. So if we separate out the environmental stuff, then we can talk about, okay, we know how to deal with the structural stuff. How do we deal with this other stuff? But when people keep mashing them together, you can't have that conversation. That was the whole point of my stream yesterday, is what's happening right here. So if there's these intersubjective factors you're talking about, that's a different conversation than saying people don't have access to healthcare. Like framing it as an access issue when the access is clearly there. So if they're not accessing healthcare because they feel shame or their cultural doesn't reinforce it, that's a completely different part of the problem with a completely different solution and a completely different conversation. But they keep bringing in things like minority access to healthcare, and the system is creating barriers for minority. When none of that's true, the barriers are not there, not at least not systemically. So if there's cultural barriers or environmental barriers or social barriers or whatever, they need to identify and focus on what those barriers are and keep them separated from the structural barriers, which are pretty much eliminated by now. I can't think of any, at least in Washington State, I can't think of any resident of Washington State that can't show up at a public agency and apply for services. There's no structural barrier to access. But that enters the conversation every single time. It's in the documents. It's in when people talk about this stuff, they bring it in. And if they could just leave it out and focus on the factors you're talking about, I think that would, the conversations that would lead to a solution could start to happen. And you'd have to look at the individual cultures, the individuals themselves within the cultures, and figure out why they're not accessing healthcare. But they're not doing it because they're making a choice not to do it. And why they're making that choice is what you would need to explore. And I think it would be very different depending on the person and the culture.
I agree. Agree with all that.
Well, I will count that as progress.
There you go.
We've accomplished.
We've taken
Look
a
what
step.
we do here. All right, I think I'm at 4 hours. I think I'm gonna wind it down and save my energy for tomorrow because I think it's gonna be a big day.
Here, Jeff, I was practicing trying out one of my new animations while I was here.
Well, is that OBS?
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
using
hang on.
OBS.
Okay, so how do you get? Are you creating the animations yourself?
The animations are made through different AIs. These are just image to video AI animations that I'm playing around with. I just kind of like layer them in OBS.
So do you feed it an image, or does it? You just like describe a prompt, and it comes up with a series of images,
I mean,
and then
if you've got your avatar like this, you can just put it in there and then have it animated how it wants. Some of them you can actually feed it with a prompt after you give it the image and say like, make the skin melt off and have it have a skull or something like that.
Oh my God, that's Fatty does that kind of stuff. What program are you using?
For text to video, there's a bunch of different websites you have to go through because they were on Discord for a while because they were all in kind of a test phase, but now they're all turning into for-profit businesses. But like Runway or Pixiverse, those are the two best ones, I think. But now they cost money.
Oh, what
So-
and is that the AI that's generating the initial image as well?
This avatar that I made,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that I made this with AI a while back.
So you pulled up one of those and you described, I want this dude smoking a pipe with flames behind him, etc.
Yeah,
and it came up
pretty
with
much.
that, and then you fed it, and you had to do this video.
Yeah, and I did some of the other stuff myself. Sometimes I do the animations myself. I do a lot of motion design and graphic design myself for a lot of businesses around my city.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's not something I don't do a lot, but having these new tools have been really fun to play with. Like the way I have my shadow kind of go away when I start talking on my image. I did that myself.
Wait, do it again?
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh my God. Okay, so wait, is that? I didn't even know StreamYard had animated avatars at all. Is that
Well, no,
you?
this is OBS. This is OBS that has the it's a thing called image reaction in it that you can.
Oh.
Basically, it's two images. Whenever it hears my voice, it switches quickly to the other image, and I just kind of made one of them shadowed and one of them not.
Oh my God.
You could just have one that have an open mouth and make it look like your mouth is moving or something like that.
Because Spike has like the two little eyeballs, but I think that was him just switching from one avatar to another real quick to make the eyes switch
Yeah,
places.
that's essentially what it is. It's just two pictures.
But OBS just does it for you, and you can set it to be triggered by your voice.
Yeah, there's like a little thing you can create called an image reaction, and it just connects to your mic and listens to when you're talking.
Wow, I might play around with that. I need to learn OBS. That would be a good way to learn it.
I had learned it a lot during the pandemic because I directed a show on OBS for my local theater, and I just hadn't reinstalled it in years because I got really tired of it.
Wait, what? You talking about live theater?
Yeah,
What? How did you do OBS?
we did a live production on Zoom.
Oh,
it was-
okay.
So there was like 6 of us. I was directing, and there were 5 actors who were actually all over the country, and we directed an entire play on Zoom.
Oh my God! You know, we were gonna, me and my co-host were gonna. He was a script writer, and we were gonna try to write something for the Panelverse and do a Panelverse movie. So I'm interested. So okay, wait. Hang on, you got me all excited. So all of you were on Zoom. You all had roles. You were acting out the script, and then you were using OBS to manipulate the.
Yeah,
the
it was a
scenery?
comment. We're using OBS was our main input for their microphones, their audio, and their scene switching. Basically, it also did the green screen aspects that allow them to have scenery in the back. And then we used, I believe it was called Snapcam. It's a program kind of like a Snapchat filter. Snapcam allowed us.
Oh,
to
I
do
think that's what
digital-
Tommy uses. Illumitami.
Yeah, it allows us to do digital costumes, hats, glasses, changing faces, things like that.
Did you record it?
Yeah,
Is it available?
I have it. I haven't put it online.
Do you was it one you wrote or it was like a?
Oh no, it was a
existing
Vintage
play?
Hitchcock. It was a show called Vintage Hitchcock, which is basically 3 Hitchcock radio plays together. We did it for Halloween during the pandemic.
Oh my God! And how did the acting go? Like being able to play off of each other virtually.
So that was a lot of fun. So, it was basically people standing in front of a green screen. And so some scenes, we worked it to where we would orient their squares that they were in together, and that their scenery in the background would merge together. So it would put them in a scene together. So sometimes they were on a train, sometimes they were riding in cars together. Like we did whatever we could to make it look like an actual scene from like a TV show or something.
Wow. And they just had to stand in front of the green screen as though they were on stage with the other person.
Yep.
And just do
Yeah,
their
we
part of
rehearsed for like
the
a month
line.
and a half, and yeah, it was great.
Oh my God. That's impressive.
Yeah, I'll get a clip for you so you can see.
Yeah, I would love to see it. We were trying to do something similar here on the Panelverse at one time, but not to that level of ambition. Wow.
Yeah, it was fun. That was probably the most productive thing I did during the pandemic. It was also one of the most technically challenging because I ended up, I mean, some of these actors were like completely technologically illiterate. So I had to basically teach people who didn't know how to use a computer how to use all these gadgets, gizmos, green screens, like all of it.
Have you done anything like that since?
Very little. I mean, when the pandemic stopped, I went back to doing, my normal theater stuff.
Oh. Like in person.
Mm-hmm. It's a busy
Wow.
life.
Oh,
It's not a lucrative life, but it's a busy life.
no, probably not in Louisiana for sure.
No.
Unless maybe New Orleans.
You would think that New Orleans had a thriving theater scene, but it does not.
Well, they used to, what is it? What is it? New Orleans Opera House, the Sanger. That's where Medea got her start.
Was it?
Tyler Perry.
I thought Tyler Perry was Georgia.
I think he moved to Atlanta. But I think he got like his original, because I have the DVDs of the original play, like the stage plays, which are so much better than the movie. And they're like filmed version of a stage play.
Trust me, I've dealt with everyone in his family. They all
you
are trying to do this. Yes, I ran a theater for a while, and I've dealt with so many people who are in his extended family trying to do the literal exact same thing he's doing.
Did you produce any, like, any of his plays at your theater?
Not his. His brother Ombre Perry did a premiere at one of my theaters before, and Tyler Perry actually came there like with his whole like entourage, like he was the president. Man, like it looked like the president was pulling up. He had so many people.
Are you on the Chitlin circuit?
On the Chitlin circuit?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is. What is the Chitlin
Oh,
circuit?
it's all the theaters that the black people perform at across the South.
Oh, maybe.
It's called the Chitlin
my
circuit.
theater was a rental box. Basically, it was basically a place where people rented the stage to put on whatever they wanted.
Oh yeah, you might be on their list. Wow, that's pretty cool. You still have the theater? It's in.
No, I left there a while back. I was a technical director there for like 13 years.
Oh, okay.
I made the brilliant choice to go freelance right before the pandemic happened.
So you just do your own thing, like people just contract with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a
different
contractor
services?
for
And you prefer
everything.
that?
I don't know about prefer, but I am not beholden to anybody, and I get to work everywhere at all. I worked at like 5 or 6, 7 theaters just in the past like 5 months.
Oh wow, I didn't even know they had that many in that area. Do you You're mostly on the tech side, right? Do you like write your own stuff?
I have written things, yeah. I've thought of like doing full on shows. It's a matter of having time. But I do a little of everything. Design of every kind. Directing.
Do you
Occasionally
draw
acting.
any inspiration from the Panelverse? Is there potential for bringing the Panelverse to the stage?
There it is, Jeff. We need to write a Panelverse musical.
Mike Cerrone, the musical. Seems like there's potential there. Who knows where any of this is going to go?
And the end of the show can just be like a wall of people like on their streams.
Oh,
They're all saying,
yeah, like
"We are
one
your
person
friends."
yelling about Mike Cerrone, then another, and by the end of the show, it's just a wall of screens,
Wall of people.
all yelling about Mike. Oh. All right. Well, I think it's been a good night. I'm gonna
It has.
I'm gonna say goodnight and hope if you're not doing anything tomorrow, come join our watch party.
Fun. I know I'll be watching along for sure.
Okay. Well, I
right.
guess tomorrow's the day. We'll find. We'll.
Hopefully, we can all just kind of deflate the day after and just be like, okay, let's just get on with our lives.
I think we can't. Like Trump, the 2016 election really caught me by surprise, and that was a rough few days after because I was it was cognitive dissonance. But 2020, I was fine. Of course, the guy I voted for won, so who knows? I think I'll be okay.
Well, cool. Great talking to you as always, Jeff. You have a great night.
You too. Take care.
Take care.
All right. I think that's it for tonight, and I might do a morning stream depending, but I'll definitely be out. Let's see, George is coming at 3-ish. Maybe 3 p.m. Central, noon my time. I'll try to be out and get ready to watch the results come in. We'll be here for probably hours, so tonight just come with your patience and your, I don't know. Come with a bring your best spirit of enjoyment. Come with your party hat on, I think. Let's make it a party, an election watch party. Let's make it a true party. Instead of a bunch of angst and anxiety, let's try to come with the goal and the mental attitude to kind of enjoy the night and get through it regardless of what happens and go from there. We'll see what happens. You know I can't predict what to expect here. But anyway, I'll be out tomorrow. If not in the morning, definitely by the afternoon to watch the results. And I plan to probably be here all night until I can't take anymore. And I don't know what to tell you. Tomorrow we find out. The big reveal. Oh, and I'll see you then. Have a good rest of your night. Oh, let me see if I can find a panel for you to go on. I wonder if Spike's streaming later. Abe is streaming. Let's see, does he have a lot of people? I don't know, go see Abe. It looks like he's doing a monologue, but there's plenty of people in the chat, so maybe check him out. Here's Abe's channel. Alright, I'm gonna go finish dinner and decompress and get ready for tomorrow. Take care, everybody. See you then. It's gonna be a hell of a day.